Hey, we started a bit early because they started early.
I wonder if this is Vladimir and
Yeah,
who this is.
I have no clue who this is. Why am I at?
I mean, at this point, I wouldn't put it past him that this is a WWE expert who once watched a Steven Seagal movie and therefore is an expert.
Yeah. Let's see here. So we can share that. Core TV. There. Oh. Sound boost. Uh, I just woke up and found out from my nap.
Oh,
So,
no.
all right. Let's
Michael
start.
Whitskall.
And what do you do now?
I'm a retired farmer, sir.
Tell me about your career.
My career as a law enforcement instructor and a military instructor started in the 1970s. I was a member of the elite Marine Corps reconnaissance teams.
Pause it. Wait.
Left the Marine Corps, went to
He kind of buried the lead there because he said retired farmer.
Yeah.
And I have
Retired.
not had enough caffeine yet for him to be doing, like, I'm a farmer who just happens to be a Navy SEAL. Like,
Is this a father? Or why do they have to wadir this? I have no idea what's going on.
maybe he's a. Well, I'm guessing he sounds like he has been in the military. Maybe he's a tactologist. I don't know.
college. Left college as a commissioned officer in the United States Army. I left the Army as a captain and joined the Dallas Police Department in 1988. Graduated from the academy in 1989. Worked patrol. I was a member of the Dallas SWAT teams for a couple of years. And then after several severe line of duty injuries, I was forced into retirement. Unfortunately, the injuries that I received eventually led to the amputation of my left leg. In 1998, I started Charlie Mike Enterprises. Excuse me. During the time that I owned Charlie Mike Enterprises from 1998 to 2020, we trained somewhere around 5,000 Texas peace officers up in Alaska, California, and on the East Coast. We conducted approximately 160 law enforcement schools, active shooter, basic and advanced SWAT, hostage rescue team leader, then counter paramilitary operations were the big schools. Now we also worked exclusively with individual teams like Cedar Hill Police Department. At the time, they had their own SWAT team. I worked with Dallas County Constables Precinct 4 on their SWAT team.
And that's been a wonderful job of going through your experience. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
So you, after leaving the police department, you started training.
Yes, sir.
And one of the subjects that you trained in was active shooter.
That is correct.
And you know that this is the case of the state versus Adrian Gonzales.
I do.
And you know whether or not you trained him.
Yes, sir, I do. All my records indicate such.
And that's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Yes, sir.
In your testimony. Your training of him, what was the topic?
Well,
let me just ask. Did
please.
you train him in active shooter immediate response?
Yes, sir.
Tell us how you came to prepare that training.
All right. Starting with Dallas, when I was with SWAT, we trained on high schools and regular schools long before Columbine. That is where I got my experience in that genre. In the Marine Corps, I was trained on recovering our embassies. Many people don't know it, but we lost a lot of embassies back in the late 70s. So embassies are almost the same layout as many schools. long hallways, rooms. So that is what I built my curriculum on.
And is your curriculum all lecture?
So he
No, sir,
okay.
absolutely not.
So he built the curriculum, but what does that matter if
Well,
Adrian didn't have training?
well,
Or is
I think he did train him. So I think they're going to say that he went through this gentleman's training and
okay, but they brought up this person from this company who provides, and he's not on their list. So how did he train him, and in what program? I'm so lost here. Maybe it's me just waking up,
well,
but didn't the prosecution say that this is the program that the schools used in this area? So
well, I think it's confusing, but I think that they, I guess, contract out. I don't know. None of this is making sense other than it does seem that through somewhere, Adrian did take a training with this guy, but
I, uh,
if they subcontract out to another company, do they just label it as whatever they label it as? I am so flippin' confused.
yeah, this is a voir dire outside the presence of jury, and I don't know why. I have no
And
clue.
he does seem a little cocky,
Mm.
confident, but a very sort of out there presence. So that might be something that people, but also he's kind of protecting his own company. I mean, if he made a curricula that didn't
Mm.
train in the right things, he's over here like, no, this was great.
Yeah, I mean, his self-interest testimony, kinda. What?
Yeah. Why didn't we hear from this man on day one? If Adrian had sufficient training, why wasn't
Yeah.
this a cornerstone? Why didn't we hear from him earlier? It seems like a Hail Mary, like, oh, he paid for like additional training 13 years ago. Therefore, ipso facto, he should have behaved like the Terminator.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just listen and see where this
Sounds
goes.
good.
It is 25% classroom, 75% hands-on.
And that 75% hands-on is predominantly based on your experiences.
Yes, sir. Mine and my assistant instructors.
And as far as active shooting, is there a standard, universally kind of accepted basic columns of what's required when you engage in that?
Well, yes, sir. As the name would indicate, active shooter, immediate response. All of our response has to be quick. We have to get in there. We have to stop it. Or if the bad guy is at, let's say, a park, we've got to get in front of him. We've got to stop his movement.
Okay. And so when you prepare training, do you have to, for a police officer to get credit for it, is there any kind of routine that the trainers must go through in order for the police officer to get credit?
Okay, I'm not really understanding your question, sir.
Fair enough. Tell us about TCO's involvement with your work.
Okay. It is not mandatory. I feel it should be. You have to be a TCOL instructor, which means you have to go through their training to get what would be known as an instructor's license. From there are requirements that TCOL demands, things like credits being submitted for the peace officer, his career, his resume. In this case, the active shooter school was 40 hours. It's longer than anybody else's other businesses that might be teaching this subject.
And do you submit what your lectures are going to be to TCO?
Yes, sir. Well, I submit them to the training provider, like in Uvalde, the South community college. They have their own police academy. They are considered a training provider. I submit all my paperwork to them, and they, for accreditation for the officer, they submit it to the state.
And so by the state, you mean TCOL?
I'm sorry, TCOL. Yes, sir.
And so, no, I think you got it right. I'm just making it specific. And so then, what's the course that you taught to Adrian Gonzales accredited by TCOL?
Yes, sir.
So he taught a course that was accredited by this company. So why is his name not on their list? Because I don't think the defense would have pointed this out if they knew about this guy.
Well, also, why this raises another question, because this just opens, who selected this guy? Who decided that this particular program was better than Alert? Were there any monetary reasons that this program was picked over the other one? Was this one better than Alert? If it's better than Alert, why is he no longer in business?
And if the prosecution knew that this was the school with accreditation and program, why was Alert there?
Yeah, why have they been constantly calling it Alert instead of not Bass Rutin's defense system? This just feels like a witness that should have been in a lot earlier.
Yeah.
Like they just
Or,
found him.
or
like,
at least in connection with the Alert witness. This is like 3 days apart.
yeah.
3 court days apart. It's
And the only reason they need to bring this guy up is because they had a secretary come in who had no idea what the hell she was talking about.
yeah. So why the
So-
secretary if this guy showed up later? I mean, and the middle of the trial voir dire. Now we haven't seen much about what happens before the day starts, but this feels like a new witness. Yeah, let's
And
just.
is your testimony then what the 25% lecture is, as well as the 75% hands-on training? That's why you're here.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
That's all. That's the evidence.
Thank you. Mr. Witskell, my name is Witskow.
Witskell, exactly the way it's spelled, sir.
Witskell, got it. Just, I want to make sure of that. I don't want to mispronounce it. My name's Jason Goss. And so I have a few questions. Just, I guess to start out, it sounded like your understanding of your testimony is to testify that I gave this training, Adrian attended this training, and this is what we did during the training.
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any opinion as to whether or not Adrian followed his training? Are you going to offer that opinion that he either did or did not follow?
No, sir.
Okay.
Not unless you ask me specifically questions in that line of thought.
Well, and I guess because the reason I asked that is because I kind of want to get into what has the prosecutor, because you and I haven't talked before.
No, sir.
So what has the prosecutor given you to review in order to come here and testify today?
We talked about the circumstances, at least as far as we all understood them to be.
We
Um,
all?
Yeah, we
From
who?
there, that's about it. He has constantly specified that I'm here to talk about the training.
So, and I guess meaning that you have not reviewed body cam, you've not reviewed any kind of radio traffic, you've not reviewed any
No, sir.
witness statements, you've not reviewed any ranger reports.
No, I have not.
So-
And
Okay, now we learn that the defense have not spoken to this guy. They seem genuinely surprised he's there. Because this is something that should have been disclosed to the defense ages ago.
Not only that, but he said reviewed the facts as we knew it.
Yeah, who's we? As we
Also,
all knew it, he
no,
said, didn't he?
yeah, yeah, as we
And
all
that's like,
know them or knew them.
and
So it
that's
sounds like the state was asking for his opinion because they talked about circumstances. If he's only there to talk about training, they shouldn't have gotten into any of the other stuff because that's asking for him to have an opinion.
mm. And this feels weird. This feels like a surprise witness that the defense might want to try to exclude.
So you can talk about the training, but you would not be able to talk about, I guess unless I gave you a fact scenario and asked you, but you would not be able to talk about any in specific about how Adrian, whether or not Adrian followed the training or not.
Very little. So,
And so, like for instance, and I'm assuming I know the answer. I just, since we're here and we're in the hearing, I just want to make sure that I'm right about it. This map, have you reviewed this map?
I've seen it.
Okay. And so I know you were talking about like, in parks or whatever, like, were you talking about that in relation to like this open field here or this area here, these areas out in the open?
That would be both.
Okay. Both.
Open area, a big park, or in and around buildings.
I got it. And so you're going to talk about there was training, open area, in and around parks, and also inside a building. That's what your training covered.
Yes, sir.
Now, as far as any information about, like, for instance, other officers being here with a line of sight to the building, you didn't review any of that information or no?
I know about it, but I haven't reviewed it, sir.
Okay. So you know about it from, I guess, your conversations? I mean, did the DA ever talk to you about those three officers? Because we're not really talking about it much during the trial. I mean, we are.
Sir, I'm sorry, repeat your back was to me. I'm very hard of
I
hearing.
apologize. That's 101. Don't do that. So I guess my question is, did the DA, did you get your information about those three officers from the prosecutor in your conversations with him, or just from, I guess, watching this? And
Sincerely, well, I haven't watched any of this. All right, sincerely, I don't remember. I don't know if it's something I read in a news report. So everybody understands that I got the subpoena for this in December 10th. And that is when I stopped reviewing and watching any news reports on this. Now, once court started, Your Honor, completely cut off everything from any conversations at all.
And and I'll just tell you, I appreciate understanding that you did it, but they have told me from the beginning they were offering you as an expert, and so you would have been able to.
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor. They asked what I was going to offer. I said, it's just doing training. And he said, well, that may be an expert, so would you please call him in? So I have not designated him as an expert. That is a misrepresentation of the court.
Well, it's not intentional. I mean,
I didn't say it was intentional.
I got it.
Oh, I was
We don't
saying
need to
is-
argue now. Let's just go. Let's go. Come on.
okay, sure.
The judge is done.
So
When the engagement news broke, Kylie shared on Good Morning America.
that may or may not be me, but let's stop.
Because the entire family was
I guess
Nick,
ultimately
Can you mark that for a clip? The intersection of the Kendall Kardashian possibly getting engaged and the Uvalde trial.
ultimately then you're under.
Yeah, just before the 20-minute mark. Just before
I
20 minutes.
honestly wouldn't have pegged the ginger with the suspenders as being very interested in the Kardashians. So fair play,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah. Good on you. Okay, so this guy was subpoenaed December 10th. That is really late. When was the discovery cut off? Yeah, I don't find anything regarding a cutoff or discovery in this case. But that's very, very late.
Well, it seems like the state was very late. I mean, we got admission from the female attorney that she wasn't reviewing witness testimony and witness stuff. She was reviewing it and talking to people on the 26th of December, and this started the 7th.
Yeah.
Understanding is that you are simply offering your testimony as to the facts of your training course, your training, and the fact that Adrian took your training. Can you tell us when he took it?
I think it was 2018, sir. I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I look at this?
So 3.5 years before. And was that a in and out paper bag?
Yes, sir, that would be.
That was a post-op.
It was class 5-18, so the fifth class of 2018. The specific dates were from April 9th, 2018 to April 13th, 2018.
And is that done in Dallas?
No, sir, that was in Uvalde.
In Uvalde? So
Yes, sir.
I guess that's what I'm asking. So you go to Uvalde,
Yes, sir.
and were you training at Robb Elementary?
No, sir.
Okay. Where were you training?
We used the college, the police academy. We used their grounds. Now, we did not go into schools, mainly because school was in session, if I recall correctly. But we had 70 false walls that we put up to represent lone hallways, classrooms.
And in these scenarios you talked about, 75%, did any of those scenarios, did you have a, I guess because what we have is we understand, like, I understand what your course you're offering, but like, did you take any photos or?
Yes, sir. You'll have to forgive me. I went through a big move and I don't know where those photos are at this time. But we took about 300 photos. That's kind of average for a class. Adrian was provided those pictures of the entire class.
And for the record, Your Honor, we have those photos and turn them over to the defense.
Okay.
But you don't have them here now, or you do?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, but you do, and but he doesn't. Did you review those photos with that the DA has in his possession?
I gave them to him. So I did look at them in answer to your question.
Sure. I guess it's just in preparation for your test. One of the things about this hearing is I got to know what you've reviewed in preparation for your test.
Okay, well, before I turned them over, I had to go through them and look at them, find pictures of Adrian in there to turn over.
Understood. Thank you. In any of these training scenarios, did it begin with a vehicle accident, like in front of the location?
No, sir.
Okay. And to your knowledge, do you know any mass shooting in the United States that have ever started with a vehicle accident?
Objection, Your Honor, this is to come cross-examination.
No, I'm asking his expertise. I'm just wanting to know if he in
Okay,
order
I'll
to make,
overrule the objection. We're outside the presence of the jury. You can answer, sir. We're going to need to conclude the hearing here pretty quickly, so let's go.
Sir, not to my knowledge.
right. Okay. Oh, as far, because I did go through I did hear your resume, your SWAT experience,
Yes, sir.
and SWAT is special weapons and tactics, right?
It is.
Okay, so your SWAT experience, how many years on SWAT did you have?
Well, Dallas SWAT, it was about 3 years. Back at Fort Hood, I ran the SRT, Special Reaction Team, helped them train. So that was 2 or 3 years. After that, I've been a member of different SWAT teams, specifically Sure, my job was to help them train. I was completely crippled, so I was not a door kicker. I was a trainer.
Sure. Okay. No, and I appreciate your service in every aspect of your service.
Thank you.
Judge, I'll pass it back.
No further questions.
Okay, sir, you can, I don't know, is he gonna be the first witness?
No.
Okay. I guess I think I've got a witness room for you, so you can excuse to be called later on. Thank you very much. Nice to
Thank
meet you.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, that gave us a bit of a surprise, and probably for the sound of it, for the defense as well, as since they used the secretary talking about that training protocol, then her testimony was absolutely worthless if this guy also was around. Was she a decoy?
Okay, Nick, I think this might be a trap. And I'll
Yeah.
explain to you. Now, this does require the state to have both logic and a strategic mind, both of which have not been facts and evidence.
Yeah.
You get this man in, and he just generically talks about the training. If the defense tries to bring up any specifics, then they bring up all of the specifics, and they can then basically defense ask a question about specifics. State can go in and say, he didn't do this right. Can I get your opinion on this? So
Yeah.
sneak him in as an expert.
An expert who evaluates Adrian's response. And by the sound of things, that will not be positive for Adrian.
No.
So, yeah. But what? Yeah. It feels like a trap. I agree with that. Because then it feels like the secretary with the alert syllabus was a diversion.
Well, and I think the defense needs to be very clear, and they were last night, but they need to bring in again that when you become a TICO instructor, you're basically all you do is you're taught how to teach. You aren't you aren't the master of this information. You're not getting it yourself. You're not the one who made this information. You simply can point, set up activities and do that. And I think that the word instructor is kind of a red herring, and the defense really needs to bring that in, that he wasn't the one bringing this stuff in. He wasn't the one in charge of the syllabus. He was teaching.
This is strange. All right.
And I'm also intrigued as to why he no longer runs this business anymore.
Yeah.
Please be seated in the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. This witness has been sworn outside the presence, so you may proceed when you're ready, Mr. Kern.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, I'm Melody Flores.
Here comes Melody.
What do you do for a living?
Well, I used to work at the school district in Uvalde, Rob.
And where do you work now?
I work in BVO ISD.
And what do you do at BVO IS?
I'm a bus aide.
A bus aide?
Yes. Mhm.
Tell us what a bus aide is.
Bus aide is when you go with the driver. And,
Thanks, you,
it's my
really,
part is,
Catman.
special ed,
Thank you so much.
bus, so I make sure they're seated with their seat.
Yeah, before everything goes all emotions here, because this is the witness the defense have been warning about being all over the place and stuff. So thank you to Relia Catman for your gifted memberships. Deeply appreciated. Went to UK Anton. Everything is fine over here. Tammy Bogard. Jenny Neho. And cross-examination.
Yeah. There are some where I'm like, God, please don't mess this up. Lord, do not mess this up.
Yeah, wrong pronunciation here, and I'm calling somebody's mother a hook. Janine Joe.
Oh, that makes more sense.
Yeah,
But
that makes a lot more sense.
Nick and I were like, we're not, no, nope, nope.
Janine, no.
We have officially gone round the bend with this trial.
Oh. Speaking of bad pronunciations, hi Dave. I think I made a Dave when it comes to pronunciations. Thank you. The sun sets early here. Yeah, the sun is setting now at 4:14 p.m. Welcome to Sweden. Oh, oh, but thank you, all of you. Thank you, all of you. All right, now we got the name right. I will probably forget it and be equally puzzled next time. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Again, this is the witness the defense warned about in opening.
And in totally seriously, I find myself looking at her chest because Adrian she's supposed to have very short hair, and I'm trying to think if she was wearing a loose shirt and shorts,
She
would
could
I
be a
have
cop.
well, would I have thought she was maybe male?
Yeah. Okay. Well, we already been forewarned that this can get messy. So, consider yourselves forewarned.
Belts at all times and follow the rules on the bus.
So your assignment is basically the special ed children
Yes,
on the bus. and
yes.
You help
Yes.
make sure they're following the rules while they're on
Yes.
the bus. Thank you. And when did you start that work?
I started back in January, which I already have a year working with it.
So you have a year, so it's been just right out a year since you started that work.
Yes.
And before that work, what did you do?
I was working at with the school district in Uvalde, Rob, at that time.
And how long had you lived in Uvalde?
I want to say like 25 years.
25
And I worked
years?
with the school district there for 23.
Okay. And what did you do at the school district for those 23 years?
First I started off as a parent liaison, and then I started as an instructional aide.
And tell us what an instructional aide
An
is.
instructional aide is helping a teacher with some of the students that need the extra help.
And the kids that need extra help, what kind of kids are we visiting about now?
They're like the lower, like
Excuse me?
the lower class, the lower, like their studies.
Their
So,
studies
yes.
need help,
Yes,
and you assist in that way?
yes, I did.
Okay. And in 2022, that school year, what were you doing?
The 2 years there at Rob, I was an instructional aide with the fourth grade teacher. And then these last 2 years there, I was a behavior unit aide and special ed aide also.
Behavioral unit aide and special ed
Yes.
aide? Tell me what those two things are.
Special ed is I would do part helping with the special ed students, and the behavior unit I would do the other half with just a student. With the
Behavioral
behavior,
aid, you would
with
just
the-
work with one student?
Yes,
at a
I would
time?
do half and half day with them. the
And
other
what
half.
did you do with those students?
With those students,
When you aided, what kind of activities were you doing?
oh, of course, like if they would, yes, you want to call it like do a little outburst or something, just to calm them down, talk to them, and just to keep them calm.
So your job was to calm kids, behavioral kids down,
Basically,
get their-
yes. Mhm.
And I'm sorry, sometimes I'm talking and you're talking and the court reporter's gonna yell at me if I do that, so. And so was that a full-time job?
Yes, yes.
When did your day start?
At Rob,
Yes.
like in the morning, or are you talking about the year?
Well, I was talking about the mornings,
The morning. My time was from 7 in the morning till 3:30.
7 in the morning till 3:30.
Yes.
And where did you report at 7:30?
At 7, I would go into the office to clock in.
And after you clocked in, what did you do?
Then I would go set my stuff in the classroom and wait out there. Well, not wait, but to do the duty that I needed to do.
So before school started, you would do bus duty
Because I had to wait for some of the students.
for your kids specifically?
Right, yes.
And how many kids did you take care of?
At that time, it was 3, actually. You had to wait for 3 of them to get off the bus. There was 2 and 1, and then the other one was later on, a couple of minutes after. Yes.
So 2 buses, but you ended up with 3
Yes.
children.
Mhm.
And what did you do with the children?
And then I would, of course, take them if they needed to go to eat breakfast and stuff. I would take them and then report to the room, to the classroom.
And now I'll direct your attention to May 24th, 2022. You were working that day?
Yes, I was.
And did you go through the same procedure early in the morning that you just described to the jury?
Yes.
And did the kids go to the cafeteria then?
At that day, like I said, I was waiting for one of them to take them, which he didn't show up that day. But we did take the other students. Yes.
And so that morning, how many students did you have?
2 that got off the bus, but in the classroom we had about 4 or 5 that day.
That you were not responsible for taking off the bus, the other 2 or 3?
I was, but then, like I said, one of them didn't show up for that day.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. What did y'all do that morning?
That morning we're just in the classroom, keeping them busy with activities and stuff like that before it was our time to report to the cafeteria for their awards.
So they had an awards day?
Yes.
And what time was the awards day?
I don't remember exactly what time it was our turn to go to report to the cafeteria.
And how long did you stay at awards day?
We were done, and then we just waited there for a couple more minutes, and we saw the other teachers with the classrooms, and while they were presenting the awards to them, I want to say maybe like, I don't know,
So you
20,
don't
30
have-
minutes, I guess.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Like 20 to 30 minutes that we stayed there, so they,
Okay. And are we in mid-morning now?
yes, just
And then after the awards were presented, what did you and the class do?
like I said, we waited there for a couple of minutes, and then our teacher said we're ready to take the students back to the classroom. So that's what we did.
And what age were these students?
We had 3rd and 4th graders at that time.
Okay. And did you get back to the classroom?
Yes, we did. We did.
And what happened next?
We were there, and and it was like almost time for them to have their lunch, where we had somebody bring their lunches to the classroom because they eat in the classroom.
Okay. Do all students have the option then of having their lunches brought to them in the classroom?
Yes.
Okay. And so what did you do in regard to lunch?
What I did is we were there, and of course we had the TV on, that's cartoons, and music and stuff for them, and they were eating, and of course they were watching TV and stuff. And the teacher already was already eating her lunch, and I said, well, I'm gonna go ahead and warm up my lunch, and that's what I did.
So you were eating your lunch as the children were eating their lunch.
Right, just about, yes, because I was just ready to warm it up.
And did anything disturb your lunch?
Yes, it did.
And what was that?
I had the school radio, which I carry with me.
Let me
And
stop you there then. Tell me about the school radio.
it's a radio that I carry where we can communicate.
And
At
who can you
office or,
communicate with?
excuse me,
Who do you communicate with?
whoever calls me, or I need to call somebody,
Is it just for that school, just for
Yes,
Rob
just for
School?
that, yes.
Okay. And is it just adults or is it kids too?
No, it's just for the employees only.
And you keep that radio with you?
Yes.
And you got a call on the radio?
Oh, I didn't actually get a call. There was a call, and we didn't understand what they had said because the teacher said, "What did she say?" I said, "I had no idea because I don't know. I couldn't understand." And then
So the first communication, you couldn't understand
No.
what was being said?
no. And then the second time it called, and they said that there was a shooter, and he was jumping the fence and had a gun.
Do y'all have a fence around Rob School?
Yes, we do.
And could you describe that fence?
It's chain link, I think that's what you call it. It's all around the perimeter of the school.
Okay. And what were the words that you heard?
When we kind of understood, they said that he's jumping over the fence, he's shooting, he has a gun.
So a man jumping over the fence, shooting, and has a gun.
Mhm.
So what did you do when you heard those?
Have we heard from anybody saying that happened over the radio? This is the first time,
No.
right? This is the
Also,
first.
well, this would be the Uvalde, just the school district radio dispatch. Do we have access to that?
Yeah, but, and specifically there. So it might just be walkie-talkies, which doesn't have saved recordings.
And why is she one of the people with because we've heard that like the principals will have a radio and coaches. Why does a paraprofessional have a radio? Is she involved in school security? Is that a side duty? Because she's not said anything about being involved. Why was she chosen to be one of the people with the communications?
Mm. Yeah, we've not one of the teachers have said they got alerted.
Well,
Via
none
radio.
of the teachers had, not all the teachers had radios.
Yeah.
I was under the impression like the school admin had a radio, like the principal, and then the coach. So like coaches, I've heard.
Okay. Well, I guess we keep listening and find out.
When I heard that, I just got the radio, clipped it back where I would clip it at, and I just ran outside. And as I'm running outside, one of the coaches was running this direction, getting the other students and teachers, I guess, in. I don't know what they were doing or what they were at. So I run the opposite direction and run down a sidewalk where some fourth grade students and teachers were coming out from that door, from that building.
Let me stop you for a second. What is a lockdown?
A lockdown is where you get all the students in, make sure your doors are locked, lights are off, quiet.
And what causes lockdowns?
You want to say, I don't know, like high-speed chase, bailouts and things like that.
Would an indication that there was a shooter, somebody that jumped the fence and was shooting, would that cause a lockdown?
Yes, definitely, yes,
So normally you would stay inside and lock the doors?
yes.
Tell us why you didn't do that.
Oh yeah.
Because I
Please.
knew
Yeah.
the schedule that we had, and we already knew who was outside at that time and who wasn't, and things like that.
And who would be outside at that time?
Some of the students with some of the teachers either having recess or just coming out from lunch or before lunch.
So you were the person who should be at the door making sure it got locked, and you decided to run 50 yards out, stumble and fall.
Yeah, I mean that's the reason they tell you she made herself a distraction.
Yeah.
And again, did she know what was going to happen? No.
No.
But it does again show, and the defense is probably going to say, so you decided that you weren't going to follow policy. The policy that's designed to keep people safe, to give officers, a clear space. So the only person that's out is the assailant. That's another reason you do lockdown. So if the cops run across a running person, they can be pretty safe to say, hey, that might be the bad guy.
And when she fell roughly where Adrian saw her, there were no teachers and kids around. They were already inside. So why was she still out there if she was the one? Yeah, I guess we will find out.
In the playground.
So it was your understanding of the schedule that caused you to go outside?
Because of what they had said, what was said on the radio.
And what was the schedule for people being outside at that time?
It was like I said, it was someone were going out to recess, or someone going to lunch, or someone coming out from lunch.
And so that was your concern?
At that time, yes, because if there was kids outside, like I said, there were some of the classrooms and teachers were coming out from that fourth grade building door, and that's when, because that's when I heard that. Well, of course, we had to take precautions with that and stuff. And as I was running over there, I was telling them to get back in, and they were like, it's kind of confused for me telling them to go back in.
Who were you telling to go back in?
The classroom, the fourth grade classrooms that were coming out with some of the teachers.
And where on the fourth grade classroom were you?
I was running down the sidewalk going to that building, to the fourth grade building, because I was actually in my classroom at that time.
And the north side or the south side or the east side or the
It
west
was
side?
on the side of where the pavilion would have PE, that building, there's that door. They come out from there.
The announcement to you had been that there was a shooter,
Yes,
but wouldn't that pose a threat to you?
right. But I just wanted to make sure that the kids were in and safe.
And so you ran to the south side.
Yes, and
Were there kids out?
they were coming out. Yes, and then I believe
Coming
there
out
was
of where, ma'am?
the fourth grade building door.
Okay.
And I kept telling them to go back, and they were confused, like, why? Because there's fire shots, and that's when they ran back in to the building.
And where were you when you were telling the children to go back in?
Like I said, I was running down the sidewalk, and when we all heard that, they went in, and I kept running to make sure if they all went in, I wanted to make sure that door was locked.
Okay. And so as you were running down this toward the fourth grade, did all the children get back inside?
Yes, yes.
Did you leave until all the children got back inside?
I didn't make it to the door to see if it was locked or not,
So you were headed to the south door for the purpose of locking it?
or making sure it was locked.
And why did you want the door locked?
So nobody would go in. Whoever was there.
But you didn't make it to the south door?
No, I didn't.
Tell us why.
Because there's right there an area on the corner where the ACs are at, and it's fenced up. And that's when I saw the shooter right there.
Had you seen him before that period?
No, I didn't. No, it was
You
just
just
that
seen
time when I
kids?
saw him.
And so it was right by the ACs?
Yes, right in the corner. That's what.
Describe what you
Okay,
saw.
so Nick, can you pause it? So she saw him as he was getting by the windows, starting to shoot out the windows. So even if Adrian had not arrived 10 seconds later, he was already passing, the south door, heading toward that, between the cars to shoot at the windows. If I'm understanding the timeline.
Yeah, I'm having difficulty understanding the timeline. Well, she was in one part of the building, in her classroom. She ran outside, around on the sidewalk that we've been seeing on pictures, to get to another, to shoo those kids in. But she never got to the door.
Also, the
How could
force
she see
multiplier
those
guy
kids? How could she see
saw
those
her?
kids if she was on the sidewalk?
And this heifer was wearing bright orange, and running, probably shouting, and the force multiplier guy doesn't notice her. She's that close to him, because we saw how close if you get to the far end of the AC, you have about that much cover. So if she was that close to him, he didn't engage with her?
Yeah. And here he was between the cars when Adrian pulled up. Yeah. So how does her
So-
timeline
I don't think her
make sense?
timeline matches with reality, and I think that's the point.
Yeah.
And the state's
Because
bringing her on like the star witness, and the defense is going
yeah,
to have to cross
yeah.
her.
I mean, if he was jumping over the fence as she was running on the sidewalk, then she would have been 30 feet from the shooter. There's something really confusing here.
Well, when I order my obligatory adult beverage on our anniversary date before I come back, it will help. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. This is so confusing.
It really is, because her timeline doesn't match with anything.
Mm.
And
So she's in her classroom when she hears on the radio about shooting. That has to be over by the culvert.
also, if the coach knew about the shooting, why didn't he activate the Raptor? Because we learned from Adrian in his interview that coaches don't have to wait for administration. They don't have to wait for anything. They can go ahead and put a lockdown if they find it. I'm so confused.
Video funeral security camera, day one. Day one. But why was she, if she was in her classroom and they're talking about shooting outside, why aren't she initiating lockdown in her classroom? Why is she running out?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that as a defense, I would approach it, is that the procedure if you're aware of, if a lockdown goes down and you know that it's during a time where kids will be out, are you assigned to go out and make sure they come in? Because it makes no sense that she heard lockdown and ran outside.
Yeah.
Does she have special training? Was she an officer?
This is so confusing.
Like I said, I didn't make it to the door because that's when I saw him. He was wearing all black and a hoodie, then the hoodie just fell off him and had curly that kind of shoulder length hair. And that's when he started shooting at me.
And he was wearing all black?
Mhm.
And how did you know he was shooting at you?
Because he just stood there and lifted up this rifle as I started running back.
At one point, did you think it was a handgun?
I thought it was at one point, yes.
Okay, but this is, a lot of media has passed since then, is that correct?
Yes.
But at the time, that's mainly what we want to know about, is at the time that you observed it as opposed to other influences, okay?
Mhm.
So at the time, you thought it was what?
I thought it was just a regular handgun or something.
And why did you think he was shooting at you?
I mean, because I was running and he just kept shooting. And when I looked back, all I could see was that he was still standing there. And all I could see was just the fire coming out of the barrel.
Now, when you saw him, what did you do specifically?
I just ran. I ran away from him.
And did you take a pattern as you ran?
I did. I was running and
Excuse me?
I was running, and then I looked back. Like I said, that's when he was still standing there and was shooting, and I could see the fire from the barrel. And then all of a sudden, I ended up on the ground. I was on the ground.
You fell down?
Mhm.
Let me stop for a second. I never asked you, do you recall what you were wearing that day?
I want to say some khaki slacks with the orange peach color shirt.
And you fell down?
Yes, I did.
And what did you think when you fell down?
I thought he had shot me.
Just because of the circumstances that
Yeah.
occurred? Had you been shot?
Have I?
Had you been shot?
No, I wasn't.
And how long did you stay on the ground?
I want to say just a couple of seconds because I was like, I need to make sure, these kids are in to make sure these kids, I take them in somewhere for them to be safe.
So you got up immediately? And what happened when you got up?
When I got up, I seen this vehicle drive right up to me, and I was telling
Describe the vehicle?
it's a white vehicle. I know it was a PD vehicle, but it didn't have, I guess call this logos on there or something. It was just a plain vehicle, white vehicle.
And when you got up, where was the vehicle?
It was like kind of like almost parked
It
next
was
to
almost parked? And
where
then
I was at on the ground.
And what happened then?
That's when I said that he was heading into the fourth grade building, and we needed to stop him. We needed to go in and stop him before he went in.
Who did you say that to?
It was a PD. I can't recall.
You didn't know him or they were going
I really didn't know.
And what did you say to him?
I told him that he needed to get stopped before he went into the fourth grade building. We needed just to stop him.
And what did he say?
He did nothing.
Did you say it more than once?
I did
What did you say the second time?
the same thing.
Which was what?
We need to go in and we need to stop him. He needs to be stopped before he goes into the fourth grade building.
Did you tell him what he was wearing?
No, I didn't. No.
Did you tell him where he was?
I think I told him he's right there running in. He's in the corner. He's running in to the fourth grade building.
And did you use any arm gestures to point out where he was?
I did.
Okay, Nick,
Tell us
pause.
about that.
I just kept pointing.
Did you tell him what he was wearing? No, I didn't.
That was the contention regarding that first witness who was excluded, wasn't it? This is completely new information.
Well, no, but
Yeah.
the state's premise has been that she told him when he got there, he's
Mm.
wearing black clothes. It's a man. He's going near the fourth grade.
Mm.
Did you tell him what he was wearing? No.
No. I wonder what her grand jury testimony was and what she told the first investigators. How much
Yeah.
her story has evolved over time.
Probably a lot, because it's not her normal speaking pattern, because I was really paying attention how she described things from before the incident. It was really hard for her to do more than I was waiting for the kid, but like the kid didn't come off the bus. So like I was waiting because I was waiting. And now I was running, the kids were there. I was, taking enemy fire. I could see it's not the way that she describes things normally. And most people tend to describe things the same way.
Mm.
So she doesn't seem to describe or live her life in a lot of details. And now she's able to get a lot of details and remember them.
Yeah.
He's going in there. He's going to the fourth grade building.
And how many times did you say that?
I went to say a couple of times.
And did you hear anything from this gunman while you were talking to the police officer?
To the gunman, the shooter,
Uh-huh.
I just kept hearing shots.
There were gunshots?
Yes.
Where were they coming from?
That's where he was going into the fourth grade area.
That south area?
Yes.
Did you see the gunman at that time?
No, I couldn't.
But you heard where the gunshots were coming
Yes.
from? And when you heard the gunshots, what reaction did that have with you?
Like I said, I just had to make sure that everybody was in the kids, and as I'm getting up and trying to find a place, I see a teacher, second grade teacher. I'm not sure exactly what she was doing. I don't know if she was the last one in or she was opening. I don't know. So when I went over there, she told me if I wanted to go in. I said no, because I need to make sure your door's locked. And so
Let me just stop. I think you're getting a little ahead of
Oh,
us at this time. How long had you been talking to the police officer when you heard the continued gunshots at the south end?
a couple of seconds,
Just a second or two.
maybe 3 to 5.
And how many shots did you hear?
Couple.
Okay. And when you heard the shots, did that cause a reaction from you? Did you say anything to the officer?
Like I said, I kept telling him that he needed to be stopped. He was going before he goes into the fourth grade building.
That is a whole lot of information she claims she said while in full panic mode, claiming to be shot at.
Yeah, it just, again, we need to. Why is she checking doors? Did someone elect her door lock monitor? Did she watch all of the John Wick movies? I, who died and elected her Officer Blart? I am confused. I She seems like one of those people that was there and she had,
Mm. Wish she could have done more,
yeah,
and now she has an opportunity to make it seem like she did more.
yeah, because we've heard it was very believable when the teachers were like, we were scared, we got scissors. Like, I didn't have any problem seeing what happened with them. Even the snarky, even when she was having an attitude, even the teacher that, got shot and he was like, I'm pretty sure I locked the door. Like, even that was more believable than anything this woman has said.
And while you were talking to the officer, did anything on the east side of that fourth grade wing catch your attention?
The east side is you talking about
The side that, yes ma'am, that you were on,
it was just shots.
there were more shots? Did you see the window break?
I did not.
Excuse me?
I didn't.
Okay,
I could not see where I was at. I could not see it from the other side, but I could just hear
okay, you
the
couldn't
shots.
see the west side,
Right. As
and then the other side, the east side, did you ever see any of those windows break?
not that I recall, no.
When you told the officer to go in, did he go in?
No.
What did he do?
Is he just stayed there? 'Cause like I said, that's when I ran to see if everybody else was in and find a place.
He just stayed there?
I believe so.
And about how many times have you urged him to go in and do something?
Like I said, it was a couple of times,
A couple, does that mean twice,
2 or 3 times.
2 or 3 times? Then what did you do?
And that's when, like I said, I got up and I saw the second grade teacher on her door of the classroom, and she asked me if I wanted to go in, and I said, no, I need to make sure the door's locked. and it was locked. And I went in, and when I went in, she already had the kids in the corner covered with her bookshelves, to protect them, and her phone was ringing, and her blinds were still up. And I said, you need to put your phone on silent or turn it off, and when you put the blinds down and close them. So I guess while she was doing that, I'm not too sure, like I said, is I put the blinds down and closed them up.
And where were you when this happened?
What do you mean? I was in,
What room?
I don't remember the room number, but it was a second grade teacher classroom.
While you were in the room, what happened?
And then I started looking around. I gathered some papers from different desks that were there and taped them up and taped them to the door window. And then I put a chair on the door handle, which I guess I didn't do it right because it fell. And then just telling the kids for them to stay quiet. I wasn't gonna let nobody.
Excuse me?
I wasn't gonna let nobody hurt them.
Did the kids stay quiet?
Yes, but you can still hear them when they were like crying and stuff.
And where were the kids?
They were in that classroom. They were, as soon as we walk in, they were on the left side with the bookshelves around them.
And is that how they?
When did this event took place? If the classrooms over there is supposed to be locked, how did she get into the classroom?
Yeah, how did she check for the door being locked and then she got in the class? Look, bottom line, all the teachers, including this woman that were there, were a victim of the shooter. The problem is that she's telling a story in a disjointed way, and it also just doesn't match up with a lot of the things that we've learned, or she didn't give us the predicate as to, look, I'm in charge of locking the doors. Look, the school hands out magnets. The district knows. So if there's a drill or something, I'm supposed to go make sure the doors are locked. it's not a great thing, but at least we understand. What we don't understand, and the state should have, beyond the really self-serving, I just wanted to make sure kids were okay, because she, and the defense I think is going to point out, she's making herself a distraction. She distracted the officer. You know, it just doesn't make sense why, if it's locked down, who appointed this woman to go do, lock checks. It just,
Mm.
Train.
Yes.
And while you were in the room, did you hear anything else from the gunman?
I heard nothing but shots.
You continued hearing shots? Could you describe how many?
I kept shooting and shooting.
And you could hear that where you were?
Oh, yes.
How long were you in the room?
That day for me was like fast forward, slow motion day for me. I don't know.
While you were in the room, did you consider, what were you considering or thinking or planning? Did you do anything like that while you were in the room?
I was just like, I mean, what can I do if if he does come here, and I did grab some scissors that were there. I said, I can protect not only myself, but the kids if he does or comes in here or something.
Scissors are about all teachers or kids had in the room.
There was the teacher's scissors.
They were teachers.
Mhm.
And any other planning?
Would you?
Did you do any other thinking about what was happening?
That's about it.
Fair enough. How long were you in the room about?
It was a while. I don't remember because, like I said, it was a while.
And how did you leave the room?
I guess whoever was going by classroom in that area was knocking on the door, and which we got a knock, and I was trying to tell the second grade teacher not to open the door because at that time they didn't say who it was or anything like that. But she went ahead and opened the door, but it was law enforcement.
pause, Nick.
And what did law enforcement do?
So, according to this teacher, another teacher, without getting ID, didn't follow her alert training and opened the door when it was knocked on. I don't think she realizes what she's saying, because not only did she ignore alert, but now you have another teacher ignoring alert. If the officers can't depend on the teachers to follow alert, how can they follow alert?
Yeah. Yeah. I think why there's such a dissonance in her story. My interpretation is that she started to get more elaborate in one aspect of the story. Then she was asked a new question about something else, and she kept going without checking, does these actually fit together in the storyline? So they are very disjointed. She was outside and apparently having a normal conversation with a cop, according to herself and the prosecution, where she detailed he's right there, he's about to go into the school, he's dressed him, all
Here's
these things, and then magically she's inside the school.
No, I agree with Phobos. Let's go with his point. This woman is
Yeah.
trying to remember things of a time in trauma. Why are we relying on her eyewitness testimony, which we know is patently unreliable in high stress things? Why haven't we heard the dispatch radio? We could all have proved this with the dispatch radio, exactly what Adrian Gonzales knew. We could have kept all the teachers off the stand. Why didn't the state do that?
Yeah.
I agree. The teachers shouldn't be subjected to this. So
Yeah.
why couldn't we just hear what Adrian knew from the dispatches, from other officers that were there? Why haven't we heard from any of the other officers with the Uvalde School District? Why haven't we heard from any of them? Because these teachers didn't have to come up here. They shouldn't have to relive this again and again. It's been grotesque. We could have gotten it from the officers.
Yeah.
They said that if we're okay and stuff, and they were there, but for us to wait because they were still gonna go down the hallway classrooms, and then they would be back for us to just to
And did they come back for you?
yes. They did.
How much later did they come back for you?
It didn't take them that long until they finished going out the classrooms down that hall.
And when they came back, what happened?
When they came back, they said for them to hold their hands together and go behind each other and follow them. To go behind each other and hold hands and to follow them.
And did the kids do as they were told?
Yes.
And where did y'all go?
They took us down like like 2-3 blocks down the street away from the school,
And then what happened?
and we just waited there
Until when?
until they brought buses or whatever vehicles they could get to pick us up.
And you were taken where?
We were taken to the Civic Center at that time.
Is that where the children were reunited with their families?
Right, yes.
And as far as you're familiar with that grounds and those areas that you just described for the jury,
Yes.
and have you been out with personnel from the DA's office to pinpoint the things you saw and where you were, where the
Yes.
gunman was, as well as where the officer was?
Yes.
So, together with the district attorney's office, you were here, right? You saw this, right? Was that recorded, Mr. Prosecutor, and handed over to defense? How you helped her pinpoint where she was and what she did between times she was interviewed, the grand jury, and now?
Yeah, I hopefully the defense is able to take her first initial statement, go through it, and they don't have to, because I think the defense has been really good, but I think this could be another trap witness because they know she has so many inconsistencies that they really do have to really maintain that good track record they have of being gentle and compassionate.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Kylie. Yeah, we heard 911 calls. We still haven't heard what dispatch relayed to the scene.
And on the flip side, I don't take what Adrian says, in his interview as, gospel, because he was, just like the defense said, legitimately just out of a traumatic situation. So if we had the dispatches, they're impersonal. They go by time and science and data. We could have had all of that, and then we wouldn't have had to do the emotional scenes.
And were photographs taken during that time?
I'm not sure.
You didn't take any photographs?
No, I don't think so.
may I approach that?
Okay, so they did this at the scene and took photographs as they were guiding her.
Is this Nick, well, I don't know if you do, but in your law, do you guys do like reenactments or things like that if it's an unusual accident? I mean, is it normal to kind of have a worker walk through where an accident, how it happened? Is this kind of normal?
No, because we don't want to distort memory. We get the statements down. After every statement, okay, is there anything else you want to tell me about this? Is there anything else you want to tell me about this? So everything is in real time. Then we write it down.
Okay.
Our
I've never.
process is we have this what do you call it? More or less an OPL about dun 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 dun. Get as much information down as you can while it is as fresh as possible.
Okay, I didn't know. I've never actually heard of like prosecutors walking a witness through, but I've only been watching trials for, 3
Zachariah
years. And I'm
Zachariah Anderson trial, they did it to the woman who all of a sudden remembered that she wasn't actually there. She was at another house apartment building after an unrecorded meeting with the prosecution at the scene.
Well, I'm going to do an Irish goodbye. Good luck with the photos. I'll be back in about an hour and a half.
Yeah, good luck with the lunch and everything.
Hey, I'm going to the steakhouse where I generally wear wigs, so people think that Mr. Mo is having an affair. I am my own Jolene. I am my own Moline. So I'm going to have a blast no matter what.
Yeah. Police do what we call vallning, as in they bring, but that is for perps, for the perpetrators. That is the only time I've heard it, not witnesses like that. Thank you, Betky. The word for vallning, as we call it, is from farming, how you direct cows around.
Ah.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. It's just a word to show. Yeah, there are. When there is this famous case, the Thomas Quick case, where they take because he was inconsistent in his story when he admitted to being a serial killer. So they took him to the crime scene, asked him questions, and all of a sudden, after this, his confessions was more in line with the actual crime, and after he was convicted of 5 of these murders, and about a few years later, someone took interest in and well, have you checked where he was? And as it turns out, he was nowhere near the crime scenes, provably. But it was in the prosecution's and the investigators' big interest in to get his confessions to line up with the evidence, so they forgot to actually check if he was there.
Yeah, it's those little things we forget about.
Yeah.
I'll be back, you guys.
Okay, see ya.
See ya.
Hello. Yeah. Hello. I'm going to hell. I really am. And I'm going to laugh all the way down. I'm so sorry, folks. Beard cam. Oh. 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 All right, let's keep listening. Wait a minute. How does it look if I do? No, that's inappropriate. That's really, really inappropriate. Hey, Cranks. Hey, post-punk mama. All right, let's keep going.
Showing you exhibits 921 through 924. Do you recognize this area?
Yes.
And 922
Yes.
and 923
Mhm.
and 924.
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation, finally at 924, where the cones are placed by the direction? Is that correct?
Yes.
Let's take off 921 through 924.
No objection, Your Honor.
Permitted.
And they be displayed.
Yes, sir.
Before, these are going to be displayed and they're going to be shown back on that TV to your right. So that we don't stand in front of the jury and you use that point in my video. Okay. Starting with page exhibit 921. Can you tell us when you got that first radio communication, where you would have been?
I would have been in that area over there. That's the classroom.
If you need to stand up to get close to it.
I was in this area over here. That's where the classroom is.
And you're talking about the second building from the bottom.
Yes.
And was that's your classroom?
Yes.
And when you heard the communication, you didn't understand that communication, but you heard the second one?
Yes, it is.
And tell me about that one.
They just said he's jumping over the fence. He's got a gun. He's shooting.
And where is the fence?
This is way over.
So you get a communication and the gunman is jumping over the fence shooting. And where do you go?
I just started coming out and I start running over here, this direction. Because this is where some of the fourth grade students and teachers come out. And I'm running and I'm telling them to go back in. And that's when they're gunshot. And I just made it just so that.
Okay, let me stop you for just a second. So you ran in the direction where you believe the gunman was jumping the fence.
I didn't really know what direction or who this person was until I saw him right here. This way.
Okay, so you didn't know where he was. All you had was information that somebody has jumped a fence and they're shooting.
Yes.
You didn't know where they were,
No,
but you acted.
you're right.
And you acted for what purpose?
To be safe.
To save who?
Everybody, the students, everybody.
And what did you see students?
I saw what they were coming out of this building right here.
And how far out did they get?
I guess they got just about right there.
So they hadn't yet gotten to the green area.
Not these, not these.
And where are you? At this point, you see the kids?
Yes, I was like right here, telling them, yelling at them for them to get back. And that's when they heard gunshots, and that's when they went back. And I guess I just waited right here while the gunman was out right here.
And that, how many kids were outside?
Outside, out here, I don't remember.
Fair enough. And is there a recess area?
Yes, the recess area is over here in the pavilion pew area, and I guess it's in this area. Some recess,
So there's several recess areas?
not several, but there's many. They say that there's too many in the playground area. Some just stay on this area right here.
Okay. And so you don't see the gunman when you see the children,
No, I don't. I just hear the shots.
but when the children get in, you have an intention?
Yeah, that's when he's right here, comes out right here.
And you're talking about at the southwest corner?
Yes,
And when you see him, you also saw the gun?
yes,
So you didn't stay long?
I know.
What did you do when you saw the gun?
I stopped there, so like I said, I saw him right here, and I just ran this direction right here.
And show me again, a little more slowly, the direction. Okay. And then at the bottom of that photograph, there is just a small white corner. Can you see that? Is there another building there?
This one right
Yes. That's the last building on the campus as far as south, is that correct?
here? Right,
Okay. But that's the direction in general that you were running?
yes.
And when you turned to run then, I suppose you weren't watching the gunman?
Not until I said, well, let me see if he's running behind me, and that's when I looked back to see if he was still there or not. But he was still right here.
And where did you fall?
I felt somewhere around this area right here.
And can you describe what vehicle that is that's on the photograph?
That's one of the.
Excuse me?
That's a PD vehicle.
Is that the place that the PD vehicle parked?
It was a different one.
Excuse me?
It was a different vehicle.
You think it was different? How was it different?
Because it didn't have, I guess, the logos on there. It was just a plain white four-door car.
So you don't remember any logos
No,
from that? You believe it was a different vehicle? Was there more than one vehicle that arrived, police vehicle that arrived while you were there?
that was the only one.
Okay.
One I saw.
That doesn't fit the timeline either. Because we do know that the three people on the other side that right now, she might not have seen it. But I guess this is why the prosecution refuses to tell exact times. This is what we know. This is the hour, minute, second. We know this happened because of dispatch or 911 calls and stuff like that. So they play the 911 calls, but they don't put in the time, the timestamp.
That's when I ran into this area right here.
Okay,
Went
but
into
before
the
you
cash-
ran in, did you have a conversation? Did you talk to the officer?
I didn't talk to anybody. I was just telling them,
What were you telling him?
like, we need to go in. He needs to be stopped.
Where was he?
He was, like I said, there was the other vehicle was here, and he was just, I don't know exactly what he was doing, but he was just like running back and forth.
Pacing back and forth?
Yes,
As you were telling him to go in?
Yeah.
And you pointed to where he was?
yes.
And then where did you go?
Like I said, I believe this is a second grade building, and I went into one of these second grade classrooms.
Thank you. You can sit back now. Showing you State's Exhibit 922. you tell us what we're looking at here?
I believe it was that vehicle.
Excuse me?
I believe it was that vehicle that I saw when,
Okay, so now we see two vehicles, and you believe it was that one?
yes,
And on the first vehicle, is there markings that you can see there?
no.
Would you approach it?
Would you,
Would you just get closer to it, you could see if you can say what's on the side?
on what side are you going?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Flores, I'm just asking you, does this say police?
Yes, it does.
And Uvalde CISD? Thank you. In State's Exhibit 923, is this the time that you went out to show us where you were?
Yes,
And would you point out how far down you got as you were helping the kids?
so like just by where the cone's at. Area right here.
And is there a second cone there?
Yes,
What is that?
that's kind of where the gunman comes out.
And State's Exhibit 924. Do you see that first cone still at where you were when you were telling the kids? And did you show us the direction and the path that you ran?
I believe it's somewhere right in here, this area.
So from that farthest cone, you ran to the second cone. Would you point out which cone?
Somewhere right here.
And then the third cone?
I fell in somewhere in this area. That's
Is
where I
that
ended
where
up
you
on the
fell?
ground. That's where I kind of ended at on the ground.
And where was the police car?
Still somewhere right over here.
And does that fourth cone indicate where the officer was?
And about this one right
Yes.
here? Yes, still.
Thank you. Ms. Flores, when this happened to you, did you talk to your family?
At that time when I was in the classroom, I did. I called one of my brothers
And why did you call your brother?
to let him know what was going on.
And did you find out what was going on?
Yes, there was a
Yeah,
shooting going on.
Excuse me?
There was a shooting going on. There's a shooter on the campus.
And did your brother have any advice for you?
I told him what was going on and what happened. He just said for me to hide and to check myself if I was shot or not.
Did you eventually go to the police with this information?
To the police.
Did you give a statement to the police about what you just told the jury?
I know because I left out of town, and when I had told them that I wanted to come back when the funeral services started. So I did. I came the day before, and then I had a report to the Fairplex.
To who?
I had a report to the Fairplex, but I didn't make any reports to that's the PD as you told.
Okay, so in the timeline of events, so she went somewhere and didn't come back until the funeral started. Not once did she call the police to say what happened, or police going to get her for a statement. How long after was the first interview with her? Because remember, in Adrian's recorded interview, he specifically pointed out this woman was there. Why didn't anybody try to reach out to her?
talking about?
Uh-huh. Did you eventually give a statement to police officers?
It was when I got there at the Fairplex. It was Texas Ranger.
Oh, a Texas Ranger, okay. Thank you. And how is it that you got with the Texas Ranger?
Because I went in there and I had some people there. I don't know. They were like counselors and stuff like that, and that's when they told me that Texas Rangers need to speak to one of them or something. I really don't know exactly how it all started there. I eventually ended up talking to a Texas Ranger.
But you just remember talking to him.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
My interpretation of this witness, and because she goes from being vague, not very detailed, up until she has to talk about the events, she gets extremely detailed. In a highly stressful situation, the normal is the opposite, or equally vague. She doesn't remember talking to the Rangers, but her details. There's stuff here that simply doesn't make sense. Why would she not remember talking to the Rangers unless it's. Yeah, let's just keep listening. Now it's time for cross-examination.
May I proceed, Judge?
Please.
Good morning, Ms. Flores.
Good morning.
My name is Nico LaHood. I'm one of the lawyers that represents Adrian. I'm assuming you've never testified before?
No, never.
Okay, you're a little nervous?
Yeah.
And it's emotional. So there's no gotchas here. I'm gonna ask you some questions.
Okay.
And I may ask you questions about what you perceived or what you remembered.
Mhm.
And it's not that I'm questioning your character, but we're gonna be, I may be questioning your perception or your memory, okay?
Okay.
But just don't think that as a personal attack.
Okay.
It's gonna be just observational questions, okay? If you don't understand my questions, you ask me to repeat them and I will.
Okay.
And if we need to go slow, we need to stop, I'll do that, okay? And for the court reporter, you have to say yes, or you have to say a word because she's typing it down.
Okay.
Okay. So you were, it seems like for Robb Elementary and for Beeville currently, you are a special education aide.
Yes.
I'm gonna take a side note here. I'm a daddy of a special needs son, so I appreciate what you and all people, all professionals like you do.
Thank you.
There is no doubt in my mind you're a special type of woman. You've been doing that for 23 years, 25 years?
Yes, sir.
That is a unique type of teacher. So my wife and I thank you, okay?
Thank you.
Because you talked, and I knew that because I'm sure you're involved in ARD meetings, right? Those assessments.
At one
for what-
point I was.
Okay, and that's part of your duties,
Yeah.
dealing with special needs kids. But you described outbursts, and you have to deal with outbursts, and
Yes.
and as a daddy of a son on the spectrum, it's a meltdown. They have a sensory overload, and
Right.
it can be intense,
Yes.
and so it takes a lot of patience. And thank you for that. So I want to direct your attention to May 24th, 2022. We're gonna get into this, and you testified that everything started the way it normally does for you, and you went
Yes.
through the procedures with the government. At some point, you were eating lunch, and you described where that was, and you heard on the radio something, but you didn't understand what it was.
At first. Right. Correct.
And then it came in again, and it's a shooter jumped a fence, has a gun, something of that nature.
Yes.
And you responded, right? You left the building and you wanted to make sure that the kids were not outside.
Right.
Because the initial report, and you had not seen anything, was that there was someone that jumped that fence, and you know where that perimeter fence is.
Yes.
And you didn't know what direction they were going, but you were just rather be safe than sorry, and you went outside.
Yes. That's
So you get outside and your instincts were correct. There were some children that were trying to come out of that south end of the fourth grade building.
Yes.
Now you had already seen, because you could see the playground, there were no kids in the playground, thankfully.
Right.
Right. So there were no kids on the playground. You were focused, when you got out there, you were focused on those children.
Yes.
Coming out of the building. And can I have states government's exhibit, the 920, 922? I'm gonna walk beside you, okay, Ms. Flores? Thank you. And so you come out here, you can scan this area and you can see that thankfully there's no kids out here.
Right.
Right? And so you turn and you see children coming out of here and you tell them to get back.
Yes.
Okay. And so, and that's your focus, and you don't see any children over here, correct?
Correct.
Or over here?
Right.
Okay, just at that building. And they were confused, but they listened to you and they went back.
Right.
I don't recall, at that time, had you yourself heard any gunfire?
As I was telling the kids to go back in, like I said, that's when we heard, and that's when they kind of like started running back in.
Right.
Yes.
But at that time, you hadn't heard gunfire yet. You told them to go in.
Right.
Right. So there were no shots while the children were exiting. Thankfully,
Right.
you got them in
Yes.
before. But then I think you testified. I want to make sure I get it right. So please correct me if I don't. Well, before I get to what actually happened in your experience there, the government asked you about lockdowns. The jury's heard a lot about lockdowns, but one of the things you said is a major part of the lockdown is you have to make sure the doors are locked. You remember saying that?
Yes.
Why is that so important in a lockdown?
Just make sure nobody's gonna go in.
And so those doors are really the only barrier between anyone with bad intentions and the teacher and the children inside, right? And so we've heard about the procedures of turning the lights off and hiding and getting away from windows and turning off your phones. But the main barrier of protection are those doors, right?
Right.
And you would agree that there was a policy that all doors at the school needed to be locked
Yes.
at all times.
Right.
And I won't belabor this with you. The jury's heard about teachers having keys and other teachers using magnets and that magnet system or whatever. But the school policy was for the external doors to be locked and the internal doors to be locked, correct?
Correct.
And something caught my attention when you mentioned lockdowns. I think that Mr. Turner asked you, what is the purpose of lockdowns? What is it to protect you from? And your two things you said were high-speed chases and bailouts, right?
Yes.
Because that's in that community, that's you correlate lockdowns to high-speed chases and bailouts, right?
Yes.
Because thankfully there had never been a school shooting before, right?
Right.
And so lockdowns in the community's mind was for that because there was a lot of bailouts at that time, right?
Yes, it was. Yes.
I mean, a lot, right?
Yes.
And so now I want to direct your attention about your engagement here, or what you testified about the shooter. Start with that. Thank you. So you testified that I think you pointed it out on one of the other ones, and we'll get there. That the shooter was somewhere out here when he shot you. You can stand up if you need to.
He comes out right here.
Is it fair to say, and I want to put words in your mouth, are you saying that he kind of stood on this sidewalk here?
Yes.
Okay. And these shots towards you, are these the first shots that you had heard?
Towards me?
Well, just in general, because you hadn't seen shots before. Thankfully, when the kids weren't there, the kids go back inside. I guess you're coming back here. You're saying to the jury that you see the the shooter come out to here,
Mhm.
and then that's when he starts shooting at you.
Right.
And where were you when he started shooting at you? Did you recall, if you can recall?
I was just running.
Like, do you remember if you were kind of near the, I mean,
I
obviously
was-
this vehicle wasn't there yet, but you were somewhere here maybe?
Yes, just
Okay.
about, yes.
And do you recall how many times he was shooting at you? Because I think you said more than one time he just kept shooting and shooting. And
I
shooting.
want to say like maybe like 3 or 6.
So
I
three to
don't
six.
recall exactly, but
Okay.
there were.
And then you fall down, correct, at
Right.
some point?
Mhm.
Because you look back. But then the shooter doesn't shoot you when you fall down.
No.
Okay.
That's when he started running.
Yes, ma'am. He started running?
Mhm.
Okay. You know now that the shooter shot up this whole side of the school before he
That's
entered, right?
yes.
Are you aware, and I'm just asking you, are you aware that there are no spent casings? You know what a spent casing is?
After you finish.
Yes, ma'am. After you shoot and the projectile goes out,
Mhm.
a semi-automatic weapon will get the
Mhm.
dispel that casing. Are you aware now that there were no casings found over here?
I didn't know that.
Okay. Are you aware, and if you're not, are you aware that there's no evidence of shooting, they call them defects, that they're shooting in that direction? Are you aware that there are no?
No.
Okay.
Objections in this statement of the law, Your Honor, of the facts. There's a defect in building 24. We put on a number of pictures of it.
Yeah, at the lower level, Judge, and I recognize that one up top.
Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, if it conflicts with your memory of the evidence, rely on your own. You may proceed.
And look, I'm not ragging on you, I'm not, because there's a lot of people, I shouldn't say a lot, there are multiple people, even police officers up here that thought they were getting shot at. I'm just saying, I was just asking, are you aware that there are no shells? That's all, and you're not aware of that.
Right.
So now, I want to make sure the timing's right. Because I wasn't sure, because the way you testified, it made it sound like that this happened right behind each other. So the shooter is here shooting at you, you fall, he doesn't keep shooting, he runs over here, and then the police officer drives up here.
Correct.
That kind of happens simultaneously?
Yes.
And the shooter did not try to shoot at the police officer?
No, because I guess he just kept running.
Okay, he kept running.
Yeah.
And so then that's when this officer parked right there. And you were on the ground still, or had you gotten up at the
That
time?
was not the vehicle though.
If I had to represent to you and the government won't contest me that is the vehicle, but that, again, that's just your perception. In your mind, you perceived it, that there were no markings on that vehicle, correct?
Right.
We'll stipulate to that, Your Honor.
Thank you, Bill. And so stipulate means they agree. And let me tell you something. You went through a hellacious experience. There is something called perception distortion. Have you heard about that?
No.
Okay, where stress. Have you heard of
Yeah.
PTSD,
Yes.
post-traumatic stress? That has a very serious and real effect on people. And that's why we're asking you these questions. This is not an attack on your character. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I promise you that. So this is the vehicle that was there, but at the time you thought that it didn't have any logos and you were sure of it, right? Even till right now, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You want to take a moment?
No.
Okay. Excuse me, I'm gonna pass you up. And so may I have permission to ask you about some of your other perceptions?
Yeah.
Okay. You initially described the officer as wearing khaki pants, correct?
Yes.
A white shirt.
I believe it was more like a bluish.
Well, no, you said white. Remember, you've spoken to a Texas
Right.
Ranger?
Yes. It was.
Right.
Yes, I did say yes.
You spoke to, well, this for clarity, you've spoken to a Texas Ranger and you spoke to Mr. Rick Garza with the DA's office here, right? This gentleman,
Yes, yes.
am I right? Okay. And so you described that officer in that vehicle as having khaki pants, correct?
Yes.
A white shirt, correct?
Yes.
Short sleeve white shirt,
Yes.
Right. and a full beard.
I wasn't a fool. No.
But that's what you had spoken.
But that's okay. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
You had said that to Mr. Garza and then Ranger Pettit previously, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that was not Adrian's clothing, and as you saw on yesterday on the interview, does not have a full beard.
And so if I represent to you that Mr. Gonzales had a dark uniform on, no white shirt, no shirt sleeves, and no khaki pants, and did not have a beard, that's kind of an example of your perception, right?
Right.
In your mind, that's what you saw, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so the officer gets out, and at the time you didn't know it was Mr. Gonzales, right? You didn't know it was Adrian.
No, I didn't. No.
But that officer, I believe the government asked you, you testified that he just was kind of pacing back and forth.
Yes, he was.
And that's your perception of what he was doing. Is it fair to say that, I mean, I can see it's emotional now, but at the time, because this was real time, that you were frantic. You were extremely excited at the time.
Excited as.
This was traumatic experience.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
Yes.
so you're running out, you get this call, your instincts were correct because you know the school. You have an absolute love for children. I know that, it's obvious to me. And so you go out there to warn children to go back in.
Yes.
You're yelling at them, because I think you're yelling at them to get inside. And then you see this shooter, whether he shot at you or not, I believe you saw him.
Mhm.
And then you fall because you're running, because at the very least you perceive that he's shooting at you. And then you fall, so you think, I believe you told investigators, he got me now, he's gonna get me, right?
Right.
Matter of fact, you initially told them that you thought he shot you,
Yes.
but he had not shot you, thankfully.
Right.
But you thought he did.
Yes.
And so that's all I'm trying to say. I'm trying to set this tone. There's a lot going on in your mind at that time, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you perceived Mr. Gonzales as, you didn't know it was him at the time, as pacing, right?
Right.
But he was getting out. He's assessing you because you're yelling things at him, right?
Yes.
You're saying he's over there, correct?
Mhm.
You're with Adrian for somewhere between 2 to 7 minutes, right?
Right.
But that, you've said that to Mr. Garza before, right? You said that you were with Adrian and you gave yourself a range. You were with him in that scene for anywhere as low as 2
I didn't
minutes.
recognize the PD that was there.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. What
I
did you
did not. I didn't know. I didn't recognize the PD officer that was there. That was telling that to.
When I mean Adrian, I'm talking about the PD officer.
Okay.
Let me represent to you that Adrian Gonzales sitting to our left is the officer that drove that vehicle with the logos on it, okay? And he's
Okay.
the officer that you were dealing with. So if I say Adrian, I'm sorry, I mean Mr. Gonzales, the PD officer, okay?
Okay.
So you're yelling at him instructions, but he's getting out. At some point, there are gunfire, right? At some point, there's
Yes.
gunfire. Do you recall the PD officer? I'll just say PD officer. Do you recall the PD officer radio in and saying shots fired, shots fired?
I don't recall it.
Okay. But if that's on dispatch, that dispatch will be the best evidence for that. Do you recall at some point after getting instruction from you and you're yelling at him and he's ducking, you remember him moving around the vehicle to get behind it for cover? You didn't know it was cover, but do you remember him getting behind the vehicle?
I know I would see him, see that PD, pacing back and forth.
Yes, ma'am. So you're pacing back and forth. Could that be that he was going behind the vehicle to get behind it for
I'm
cover?
unsure.
Okay. Do you recall hearing him say, west side of the building, supposed to be wearing black?
No, I don't.
But when you're talking and yelling at the PD officer, you're pointing to the south side of the building.
Right.
And look, and it makes sense, Ms. Flores, because those children were coming out of the south side of the building. You have tunnel vision on the south side of the building, right?
Yes.
And so you're focused on
Yeah, I'm having difficult. She said to the ranger that she was with Adrian for 2 to 7 minutes. Not seconds, minutes. That is not possible. Now, 2 minutes might be within the realm of possibility, but she also said she went inside the school. So this is what I said earlier regarding how she has the memories of each event, then tries to help and elaborates on one event, on that event, on that event. But when you put these events together, they don't make sense.
the south side of the building, and you're yelling at him, he's going in, but you're thinking south side of the building,
Yes.
right? You thought it so much, understandably, that you were under the impression that the shooter went in the south side of the building. Do you remember that?
No, he went around.
I know that, but at one point,
Right. At what? Yes.
you thought he went in, remember?
Yes.
Do you remember Ranger Pettis had to correct you because you kept asking, and he said, I can tell you for sure he did not go in the south side of the building, and you said, I thought he did.
Okay.
You
Yes.
remember that from
Yes.
your 2 interviews? Okay. And just to give a little bit of context, I believe Mr. Turner was asking you this at the end. You didn't speak to police right away, right?
Right.
The first time you spoke to anybody was on May 31st,
That is correct.
and this incident happened on May 24th.
Right. Because like I said, I left out of town with my family.
Yes, ma'am, understandably. But by that time, you had seen the news for 6 days, 7 days, right?
Yes. Some of it. Yes.
And you were honest. You told them about that in one of your interviews. That said, I viewed videos, and so you had been watching the news
Yes.
that time, and then you're this traumatic experience, and you're putting your memory together. So all that's going on when you're talking to them, those 2 interviews, right?
Right.
Okay, understandable. So you're with this officer anywhere between 2 to 7 minutes, correct?
If that's the correct time. Yes.
Well, that's what
The
you said
minutes.
to them. Do you remember
Okay.
saying that?
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Okay. And so there's a lot going on, right?
Yes.
Because at some point, there's multiple shots, right? And I had permission to walk up to you, the judge has given us that. You now know, and you knew then that this person shot up all the way until he got into
I
the
could hear
west.
the
I'm gonna object to that,
gunshots.
Your Honor, that's not the facts.
Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, if it differs with your recollection, rely on your own, you may proceed.
Do you know that the shooter hit multiple times at the building? I don't know what the government's comfortable
I have
with,
no
but,
objection to multiple times at the building, but he pointed all the way up the building. That's what I object to. That's not what.
well, the evidence will show what it shows. Judge.
Okay, overruled. You heard my admonishment, ladies and gentlemen. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So there were multiple shots at this building all the way up until this monster got into the building, right?
Yes.
You know that now.
Yes.
But when you were telling to the ranger, Pettis, and to Mr. Garza, you in your mind, you really thought that he had entered here.
Yes. It's,
And so you're yelling at the officer and you're telling him, you're saying he's on this side of the building and you're pointing here because you really thought it was on the south side of the building. And so there's this dialogue back and forth between you and the officer for those 2 to 7 minutes, right?
yes.
Because there's a yelling, it is frantic. I mean, understandably, you thought you had been shot. You thought you were being shot at. You're yelling at him. You knew that you got children back in the building, but you thought he followed those kids in the building, right?
Right.
At some point.
Yes. Yes.
And then you explained that he's on the west side of the building and you say he's on, so there's kind of there's, and it definitely not intentional, but there's kind of this south side, west side discussion going on between you and the officer, right? At some point in this
Yes.
engagement. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, but I really wasn't like really listening. I was just.
I know. And there's some, have you heard of something called auditory exclusion, where stress makes, you get tunnel vision visually, but then you can exclude things auditorily because there's just so much stress going on. Right. And so there's just a lot going on, a lot of perception, you're communicating with the officer, and because you're really in your heart of hearts, and I don't think anybody doesn't believe you, and these children were in danger, but you had a specific perception of what entrance this man went in, right? Okay. And the officer is talking with you, he's communicating with you, he's having to, and he's focused on you too, because did you tell him you thought you were shot?
I didn't tell him.
Okay.
No.
But you're on the ground.
Right.
And when you hit the ground, and I mean hit the ground, meaning when you fell, do you agree that it created kind of like a dust?
Yes.
Because it's all dirt right there, right?
Right.
And he drives up to you. That's where his car is. He drove all the way up to you, right?
Yes.
So even though there was if you don't know, maybe you know now, that there was a call of a person at the school with a gun, he didn't, obviously that vehicle is not parked on the corner. This officer in this vehicle drove into the trouble, right? He drove in, he acted, he drove to you. They didn't know it was you, but I mean, he drove to your area, right? Are you aware now there were 3 other officers over here?
I couldn't see.
And you know now.
Okay, yes.
Hold on here. Let's check this. So he drove up here. She was in this area, if you see my arrow here. Shooter went in here. That's the west side. She believed he went in here, which he didn't. She perceived he was shooting at her from somewhere around here, if you see my arrow, when he was actually, by the accounts, he went over the fence, between cars in the parking lot here. He would have been out at the moment she went here, down the crosswalk. He was outside of her sight, and vice versa. But as she explained, up until she was told, no, he went into the west side, she believed he went in this door, right here. And she also thought Mr. Gonzales had khaki shorts, white t-shirt, or white polo shirt, I guess, and a full beard. I understand she wants to help. I understand she was extremely scared at the time. But at some point, I feel, at least, when looking at the actual evidence, you have to acknowledge to yourself, maybe I was wrong. Because if she is here, pointing somewhere over here, Adrian looks up there. He doesn't see anything here. But here's the shots that goes into the school over here. So he does rely somewhat on her information, gets behind because he hears the shots. She says more or less he's right behind me, more or less. So he takes cover, peeks out, goes out. Can I see him? Can I see him? of course, would you consider this as pacing? Because she is, according to herself, constantly talking to Adrian. For 2 to 7 minutes, which is objectively not correct. The claim from the prosecution is that from when Adrian stopped here, the shooter was inside the building after 3 minutes. We know by the accounts from the defense that he was with the first group of people running after him inside the school. I feel for this lady. I really do. But her accounts doesn't fit the evidence. But let's keep listening.
This officer made it over here, right?
Right.
At some point, after that 3 to 7 minutes, you described to the jury and the government asked you, you go to that classroom with Sterlino, and you see that officer move up. He moves up at some point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with that? Kitty moves?
I'm not sure because, like I said, I was in the classroom doing what I that needed to be done.
And while you're talking to this officer, because there's that 2 to 7 minutes, there's actually shots being fired. You guys both can hear shots.
Right.
So he's hearing shots. You're talking to him. You're giving him instruction. I'm not going to put words in your mouth. You said he's pacing, but let me suggest he was taking cover, but he's talking to you, and shots are being fired throughout this whole time.
The mischaracterization of her testimony.
She can correct
She
me.
said that he was pacing, not that he was taking cover.
Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, if it differs with your recollection, rely on your own, overruled, proceed.
No. I said that you said he was pacing. Do you remember me saying that?
Yes.
Okay. So, and if I say something, you want to correct me, you can say, Nico, stop. I'm going to correct you. You can do that, okay?
Okay.
So, I'm going to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 922. Oh, there it is right there. So you see that second car?
Yes.
Do you recall telling Ranger Pettis and Mr. Garza that at some point when you went to the other classroom, Mr. Trevino, and you didn't say it exactly like that you saw this officer, whoever he was, move forward? Do you remember saying that?
I don't remember saying that.
Okay, at some point when the jury's out, I can have you listen to your statement, okay? It's the audio, right?
Okay.
We'll stipulate to that, Your Honor.
Excuse me?
We'll stipulate. to
Okay, thank you, Bill. So the government has stipulated that at some point when you go to Mr. Vino, you say to them, to the ranger and to Mr. Garza, that you saw the officer move forward, okay?
Okay.
And when the government showed you, when Mr. Turner showed you this picture, you said, no, that's the vehicle that you thought was here, right?
Right.
Because this one doesn't have any emblems.
Right.
So at some point, this officer moves forward to this officer, right?
Mhm.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And you might not have known it was an officer at the time, but are you aware now that you described this officer, Officer Page? He was wearing khaki pants
Really?
and a white shirt, a whiter shirt. He didn't have a beard though. So all I'm saying is there's a lot going on in your mind, right?
Yes.
Okay. So at some point after 2 to 5 minutes, there's gunfire, you're on the ground, you're yelling at this officer, he's going in here, the kid's in here, save the kids. At some point, and we can see, you can't see anything. You can't see the west side of the building from here, right?
Right.
And neither could the officer.
Right.
And so this fence here around the AC unit?
Mhm.
It's a chain link fence, right?
Right.
So you can see through it.
Mhm.
So can you tell that part of this SUV is behind that chain link fence?
Yes.
Can you see it? It's
Yes.
behind there. but you can still see it, right?
Right.
So if an individual was standing there, you could still see an individual standing there, right? So if the shooter was standing there, you would be able to see the shooter from where you were at.
Right.
I understand you perceived him to be out here, but if he was standing there, you could still see the shooter.
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about another one of your perceptions, and I think that Mr. Turner tried to clear it up. At some point, you told Ranger Pettis and Mr. Garza that you believed the gunman had a handgun.
At some point, yes.
And then you when you told them that you were sure about it. You were sure that it was a handgun, right?
Right.
And then either the Ranger or Mr. Garza, I can't tell on the audio, corrected you and said it was a long rifle. It was not a handgun.
Right.
Right. And you correlated the handgun to a handgun that you carry sometimes, and so that's in your mind. That's
Right.
what you correlated that to. And so I want to clear one thing up also. You told the government, ultimately this jury, that when this officer showed up, you gave instructions and that he didn't say anything back to you.
No.
Oh, he did say something back to you?
No, he didn't. No.
But do you remember telling them that he said, which building? And
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. He did say, that officer did say, where's the fourth grade building?
Right. So this officer didn't even know where the fourth grade building was, right?
Right.
At least that's how you perceived it. That's what he said. Because Robb Elementary, unfortunately, did not have a full-time officer there.
No, not that I know of.
Right. But he kept asking you which building. You said fourth grade building. Which building is that?
Right.
And then that's when the discussion about south entrance versus west entrance
Yes.
happened, right? And so all that is within that 2 to 7 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Flores, thank you so much. And I want you to know that all my questions had nothing to do with your character. You have an outstanding character. Okay. God bless you. Dr. Lee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So their focus here is to question her memory. And I think they did a decent job at it. At the same time, being respectful, not coming across as assholes, which I also believe they succeeded in. On a personal level, there are enough inconsistencies to disregard her testimony of events. Maybe they just didn't want to risk with the rest of the witnesses. Let's we are way behind, so I'm going to play 1.25 and shut up for a while.
Fourth grade building, the officer said, which building?
Yes, he said, where's
Is that
where's
when
the
you
fourth
started
grade?
pointing?
Yes,
And where did you point?
to the fourth grade building.
Was the officer standing looking at you as you pointed to the fourth grade building?
At the, yes,
Y'all having a discussion, he wanted to know where it was and you pointed it out,
yes,
but he stayed there.
yes.
I want to ask you about that short trip that you had down the walkway toward that south door, toward this door.
Mhm.
And show us about how far you got down toward that south door
Just about right, somewhere right here.
and where did you see the gunman?
He's standing right here.
Okay. Is there a little culvert just right here, a few steps behind that?
Yes, so it's part of the sidewalk
Okay.
going to the parking lot, for the parking lot.
a culvert where a casing was located?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But the kids go inside the door.
Yes, back in there.
You're focused on them.
Yes.
When you see the man, how's he dressed?
He has the black jeans, the black hoodie, and the hoodie fell down from.
And black's a dark color.
Mhm.
And so if something black is in front of black, it would be a little bit more difficult to articulate what it was.
Yes.
And when you saw the man with what you perceived as a gun, whether handgun or rifle, you turned and ran.
Right.
And when you turned, that means you turned away from him.
Yes.
So you didn't see where he went.
When I was coming somewhere around here, that's when I looked back and he was still in this area here.
Okay. So he was kind of in this same area here.
Yes.
And is that why you thought he was going to the south door?
Right.
Okay. The police car is white, correct?
Yes.
You saw it.
Yes.
Was the gunman the position that he was facing? Was he in a position to see this white car
I
drive
believe
up?
that's when he like starts running this direction.
Sure. When he sees the white car, then you say, you believe that's when he went that direction?
Yes.
Is that just your common sense, or did you see that?
That's what I saw.
Okay.
And yet we have other evidence of events that he was hiding between cars at the parking lot as this happened. So how? Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
And as far as auditory, auditory exclusion, I believe Mr. LaHood said that an officer got on dispatch and said, shots fired, shots fired. You recall him asking you about that?
You talking about?
Mr.
Yes,
LaHood asked
yes.
you about that? And to get on a microphone and say shots fired indicates either that he heard shots fired or you told him shots were fired. Is that correct?
Like we could hear shots fired.
Oh, you could hear shots fired?
Yes.
You weren't going through auditory exclusion.
That meaning, like,
I'm sorry.
I mean, that time, I mean, you could hear the shots. And I don't know, I don't recall him
Okay.
or the
So you
PD.
clearly could hear the shots.
Yes.
And you didn't get on the police radio to say shots fired, shots
Mm.
fired.
No.
Okay. But whoever did was in a position to either hear the shots or you told him shots were being fired.
Right.
Did you tell him that shots were being fired?
Well, you can hear them. I
Didn't have to.
no.
Okay. That's what.
I hope you keep teaching special ed kids. I really do. God bless you. No questions. Thank you.
Okay, recall, yes, I,
No.
Subject to recall. I don't want to labor it, but we might have some follow-up with this.
okay, so you want to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Make sure you go leave town and come back.
Sure. Yes, that's fine.
Okay, ma'am, the rule's been invoked in this case, and all that means is, since you're subject to recall, you need to stay in touch with the DA's office in the event of a recall. We'll give you as much notice as possible, but more importantly, don't talk to anybody about the case other than the lawyers until you're aware the case is over. All right, so thank you, you're excused today.
Thank you.
You'll call your next witness, please.
Sherry Hotmeyer. If I said that.
Okay. Let me know in the comments what you thought about Melody Flores.
Nancy, over here. Adjust that microphone, make it comfortable. Speak up so everybody can hear you, please. You may proceed.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you tell the jury who you are?
Hi, my name is Dr. Sri Hotmeyer. I'm from Uvalde.
And Dr. Hotmeyer, where do you work in Uvalde?
Currently, I work at Uvalde Medical Surgical Associates, which is an outpatient clinic that's adjoined to the hospital.
And when you say adjoined to the hospital, does that just mean you have a business relationship, or is it also physically adjoined to the hospital?
The building is right next to the main hospital. It's also owned by the hospital.
And tell us what your credentials are.
I'm a doctor of osteopathic medicine, which is essentially, there's allopathic and osteopathic. We do the, same training, but we do a little bit more in musculoskeletal.
And what?
Musculoskeletal.
Muscular and skeletal?
Mhm.
Okay. And when did you get your education?
I completed medical school in 2011, from 2007 to 2011.
And after medical school, what did you do?
Then I went to residency at Christus Santa Rosa in San Antonio, family medicine residency program.
How long is that residency program?
That was additional 3 years.
And after the residency, then what?
And then I graduated in 2014 and I moved out to Uvalde and began working. And I've been there ever since.
Ever since 2014?
2014, yeah.
And so May 24th, 2022, what were you doing on that day?
I was working at the time I was working at a different clinic, which was right down the road from the hospital. And we had just finished morning clinic and we were in a meeting.
A meeting with other doctors?
Yes, with the staff at the clinic.
A business meeting?
Business meeting.
And about what time was this?
Started around 11:15.
Okay. And did you end up going to the hospital that day?
Yes, I did.
How did you end up at the hospital?
We had an alert that sent a mass text message to all the physicians saying that they needed us immediately in the emergency room.
When you say all physicians, I don't understand what the mass texting is. How does that work?
It was sent out by, I can't tell you I know the exact texting service or anything like that, but it's a messaging service that sends a text message to physicians and basically was just asking them all to come immediately to the emergency room. That there was a trauma,
A need.
an immediate need.
Okay.
Mm.
So you were actually in the hospital, a text went out to all physicians to come.
Yes.
And did you go?
Yes.
And did other physicians go?
Yes.
And on that afternoon, then tell us how you spent your time.
I got there. I can't tell you exactly the time I got there, but I got there as soon as I could, and it was probably right around noon. And when I got there, I'm sorry, I don't quote me on that. I apologize. I don't know what time I got there. I got there as soon as I could. But when I got there, there were other doctors that were already treating patients, and I circled around in the emergency room and tried to help in any way that I could.
And so this is the emergency room where you see doctors treating patients?
Yes.
About how many doctors did you see working?
There were probably about 8 to 10 of us.
And patients?
Mhm.
Can you tell us about how many patients you saw?
There were about 15, I believe.
Okay. And did you treat any of the patients?
I did. I treated. I helped and assisted in some of the ones that were already ongoing and needed just like a little bit of help here and there. And then when those ones were stabilized, I went to a different area where children were waiting that were not as critical but still needed medical care.
So there is an order in which you treat patients when they come in?
Yes.
And describe that for us.
Call it triage, and basically those patients that are the most critical get the most immediate care. The ones that need to be stabilized, it's all hands on deck, and we do everything we can to get that patient better. The ones that are less acute, those ones typically will then be next in line, and then the ones that are least acute will then be seen after the other ones.
And is that the way the procedure went that afternoon?
Yes.
Now, you said that you actually did treat some of the children yourself,
Mhm.
but other doctors treated children too.
Yes.
And let me ask you then, are you familiar with the records?
Yes.
In Uvalde Hospital?
Yes, sir.
And is it common for doctors to review the records of other doctors?
If asked, we will do that.
I mean, you can read a medical record whether you created it or a fellow doctor did.
Yes, correct. Absolutely.
And I believe that the defense's agreement, they've agreed to allow you, rather than having eight or nine doctors come in, to testify to the records.
Yes, that's correct. We this witness can testify to all the injuries of the kids and all the treatment that was done by all the doctors.
Okay, you proceed.
And so have you you've spent the time to look at the records of those children that were treated at Uvalde Medical Hospital?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar enough, and have you summarized it so that you can tell us the name of the child as well as the any injuries they sustained and the nature of that injury?
Yes, sir.
And you have summarized that for us?
Yes, I have them here. If you don't mind me using my notes.
And we may not be in the same order, so it may take
Okay.
a second for you to find it. But if we could start with exhibit 9:10. Mia Cirillo. Could you tell us what injuries Mia Cirillo sustained?
From the summary on the medical record, she had pretty significant shrapnel injuries.
And what is shrapnel injury?
Shrapnel is basically little parts of or fragments of bullets that
Fragments of bullets.
that get embedded in the skin or other locations.
And was there a location in which she had the shrapnel?
Yes, sir. She had fairly significant shrapnel to her thorax, which is basically the back and the chest area, in the left flank, and then on her left shoulder.
And when you see shrapnel in somebody, do you remove that shrapnel?
If it's superficial enough, then yes. Otherwise, it can work its way out. Sometimes it, may need to be surgically removed if it's symptomatic, if it's causing pain or causing nerve impingement.
So with all of these shrapnel wounds, the issue is if it's superficial, it can be removed.
Yes.
And if it's deeper, why would you not remove it?
You just have to weigh if it's doing more harm than good, then you would definitely want to remove it. I mean,
Sure.
sorry, not good. It's not going to do good. Excuse me. If it's not causing symptoms, then it's something that could potentially be left in.
Because going in could cause harm too.
Yes, absolutely. It could cause pinching of nerves. It could cause pain, pain with movement.
And the nature, because it was shrapnel, do you have an opinion as to whether or not this was a gunshot wound?
I think it's definitely a gunshot wound.
Yeah, some of this testimony will be muted. It's by court order. We won't see the pictures, also by court order.
9:05.
Even descriptions,
Could you tell us what injuries?
even
AJ
descriptions
Martinez
will be muted.
he had a
apparently.
gunshot wound to his right thigh with significant shrapnel to the right thigh, as well as some shrapnel injuries to the left side of his head and his face.
And what is the right femur?
The femur is the long, big bone on the top part of the leg, right here.
And so was this shrapnel penetrating shrapnel or superficial?
Was the shrapnel?
Did it penetrate or was it only superficial?
It was close to the femur, and it had multiple shrapnel injuries in the subcutaneous, which is basically the layer below the skin, and in the deep soft tissue, which is
Deep soft tissue.
Mhm.
Thank you. Exhibit 906.
significant right ankle injury from.
Yes, they are showing the jury
Several pieces of,
injured
shrapnel
children now.
embedded in his right ankle, and some of them were large, up to 10 millimeters, which is 1 centimeter, about a little bit less than half an inch. But thinking about that being embedded in soft tissue, that is fairly large. And then one of them was close to the Achilles tendon, which is the large tendon in the back of the lower leg where the calf attaches to the heel.
Kendall Oliver.
To her left shoulder, she had a very large soft tissue defect, fracture of her humerus, which is the bone in the upper part of the arm, significant shrapnel to the left shoulder, and then across the front of her abdomen, she had quite a bit of shrapnel as well.
And they are showing lots of
An
pictures.
actual gunshot wound. It was
And this is the central part of the state's case. Ignore the actual evidence with the help of displaying victims to the jury. For me, it is despicable. Absolutely despicable. Because Mr. Gonzales is only charged with what he did or didn't do up until the shooter entered the building. And I would argue to kingdom come that at the moment the door, he went through the door, the unlocked door, the responsibility of what happened inside the school goes to the school administration for allowing that to happen. Allowing the doors to be unlocked, I mean.
Described on the CAT scan as a massive soft tissue defect containing multiple bullet fragments of the right shoulder, and then, of course, multiple shrapnel pieces in that area as well.
And what is massive?
So this exit wound was described as 4 centimeters by 4 centimeters, which is about 1.5 inches in such a small anatomic area for a child. That's he had shrapnel injuries to his right thigh, so on the lateral part of his right thigh. This girl, she had shrapnel to her left thigh and also to the left side of her face along the frontal bone and then around this area of her scalp.
And what is her frontal bone?
Right here on the forehead. On the forehead.
And there was shrapnel there.
Yes.
Maya's.
When she arrived, she was scared, anxious. She wasn't talking. She was already receiving fluids from EMS because her blood pressure was low. She was found to have a gunshot wound to the left side of her chest, which was a sucking chest wound, which is basically air is going in, but it's not coming out, which then caused both lungs to collapse. She had a very, very large gunshot wound to the left shoulder, the left arm, and then the right hand. The ER physician that was taking care of that trauma bay, he had to do needle decompression, which is done in emergent situations to let that air out, allow the lung to expand, and then he had to put in bilateral chest tubes to continue to allow the lung to reach the pleura, which is the lining of the lung cavity. He gave fluids, crash blood, and then this patient was one of the ones that was transferred out to a trauma center.
When you say transferred out to a trauma center, tell us what that is.
BAMC is typically where we'll transfer to university, a higher level of care that has a trauma surgeon available.
Yeah, the trial is not in Uvalde.
Past his
It is in
thumb and
Corpus
created
Christi.
significant ringing in his ears. Yeah. He reported that when he was running from the active shooter, he hit his lower leg on an object, and he had a big bruise on his lower leg.
Dr. Hotmeyer, my name is Jason Goss. I'm one of the lawyers representing Adrian. I just want to say, I know that you would just say it's doing your job, but we appreciate that you did that. Help those kids. I don't have any other questions.
Anything, redirect? Excuse, not subject to recall?
Yes, sir. No, no recall.
Okay, Doctor, you are excused. The rule's been invoked, so we would appreciate it if you just wouldn't discuss the case with anybody until you're aware of the trial's over.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, let's take our morning recess. Take about 10 minutes. Please remember my instructions. Would everyone please rise for the jury?
And since we were a bit behind, we can skip ahead. That's more than 10 minutes. Yeah, that's more than 10 minutes. Okay.
State's called the next witness. She's been sworn, so you may proceed.
Good morning. Good morning. State your name for the record. Jamie Torres. And Ms. Torres, where do you currently reside? Don't give me the specific address, but what town do you live in?
Uvalde, Texas.
And in May of 2022, where were you living?
Uvalde, Texas.
Now, I'm going to be more specific and go ahead and take you back to May 24th of 2022. Are you the mother of Chloe? And for the record, can you spell?
Or mother of a victim.
Chloe.
And what grade was Chloe in on May 24th of 2022?
4th.
Again, the state tactics is abhorrent, despicable, forcing parents of victims to go up on the stand. This is a trial against the shooter, but it's been performed against Adrian Gonzales, who was first on scene. And they've been doing this all throughout the trial, being vague about timelines and actual timestamps while parading teachers, parents of victims in front of the jury, showing pictures of dead kids, injured kids. It's despicable.
And how old was Chloe at the time?
10.
And what school was she going to on that day?
Robb Elementary.
And what grade was she in?
4th.
And do you recall what room she was in at Robb Elementary?
112.
Now, you were not at school that day?
No.
And was there something special about this going on at school that day that she was excited about?
Yes.
And what was that?
Sorry.
Did we solve the case yet?
No, we finished with Flores, and her timeline of events was interesting to be. I thought she was there with Mr. Gonzales for seconds. No, according to her interview with the Rangers, she was there talking to him for 2 to 7 minutes, according to her first interview with the Rangers.
Oh.
Claiming to
Okay.
try to give him instructions on where the shooter was.
Ah.
And during cross-examination, it was revealed that she first believed that the shooter went in through the south entrance. They had to correct her to tell her, no, he went through the west entrance.
And then who is Jamie Torres?
That is the mother of a victim in room 112. Right after they had Dr. Hoffman showing pictures of injured children to the jury.
Okay.
Did you have a nice lunch?
Yeah, I had a good lunch. Apparently missed soul rip out stuff, so.
Yeah, no worries. You will get that in abundance with this parent of a victim in room 112.
I was excited. She left early that day to get polos and watch a movie after awards. And so she was excited for that.
And did she receive an award that day?
She did.
And what was that award?
The Good Citizen Award.
At some point, did you receive a text message from the school?
Yes.
And do you remember what that message was?
Yes, that the school went into a lockdown and to stay away from the premises, that everything was under control.
At some point, did you receive some information that was a little bit more than a regular lockdown?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the information that you received?
That there was, well, first I think it said it was a bailout, to stay away, and then another one came in and said active shooter.
Now, when were you able to see Chloe on May 24th?
It was after she came home from the hospital because I was out of town.
And she was at the hospital for.
Yeah, the camera crew has been instructed to not show faces on some of the witnesses, and this is what they chose. Boob cam.
I don't understand why they just didn't look at or, face the lawyer.
Yeah. Face the lawyer asking the questions. They have cameras pointing at the lawyers.
Yeah, this just doesn't seem at all appropriate.
No. But to make it more bearable, well...
Are we all going to boob cam? That's a thought. Why hadn't I thought of this before, Nick? I really could have boosted my numbers.
Boob cam. Or beard cam.
Yeah. I don't get this. It's also never anything we've seen in a trial because we've had other trials where we just don't see and they stay with the lawyer.
Yeah. I mean, it's so easy to just have the lawyer asking the questions. But no, boob cam. Now, we are getting used to it by now. But, yeah, it is not appropriate in my opinion. I would assume... I said this after day one. I think somebody will tell the judge and they will change. And here we are on day 7.
You know what it was helpful for? Because I was looking at Melody Flores, because I wanted to see, could I have mistaken her torso for a male torso?
Yeah.
So it was kind of nice to have not the distraction of her face, so I could really think, okay, did that look like a dude's torso or a girl's torso? Which is a weird thing that, of course, I would fixate on.
Mm.
For physical injuries that she suffered?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury what those injuries are or were?
Yes, she had bullet fragments in her forehead and in her left thigh.
Now, those bullet fragments in her head, do they still exist today?
Yes.
What about the ones in her leg?
Yes.
And does she suffer from the fragments in her head?
Yes, she gets headaches frequently. And then in her leg, if she walks kind of far, sometimes she'll say that she has to stop because her leg was hurt her.
Okay. Have you decided if you will remove the shrapnel or are you going to leave it?
As of right now, they don't want to mess with it because it's sitting to where it's able to stay. They did say if it was to move, then they would go ahead, but as of now, they think she's fine with it in there.
Okay. I'm gonna leave it at that. Ask the witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Torres, I'm very grateful, Chloe, that you still have her, because as we know, a lot of people don't. So I hope she continues to be a blessing to you. That's all I have.
Thanks.
Okay, recall either side.
No recall, Your Honor.
So they first showed, because I remember these description of the injuries from the doctor who showed the pictures of these injuries, and then they put her mother on. directly after, and I don't know why.
Well, Nick, I guess that's another thing that's been bothering me about this case. And I know we can't go apples to oranges, but why is Chief Arredondo only charged for the injured children, but Adrian is charged for all 19 children? What is the distinction? Why?
I have no idea whatsoever. Absolutely no idea whatsoever. Why? I don't know.
Also, if statutorily there's no difference in the neglect or endangerment between a living child and a dead child, why did we need the autopsy photos and all of that? If by the very nature of them being in those classrooms, why did we need the autopsies to come in? Because just by being in with the pupiller, the state asserts that Adrian was neglectful. Why did we need to see all this horrible stuff?
Yeah. Because the prosecution has to hide the lack of evidence with emotion. And apparently, according to statute, the judge is allowing.
No, Judge.
Okay, ma'am, you are released from the subpoena and you are excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
State Clause Jennifer Havey. Step out real quick.
Yes. Good morning. Would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony you've given this cause will be the truth, so help you God. Now, sit right over here. That microphone will adjust, make it comfortable, and speak up so everybody can hear you, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
Jennifer Havey,
And Ms. Havey, where are you currently employed?
Uvalde Children's Advocacy Center.
And what is your job position there?
I'm a licensed professional counselor.
And where did you go to college at?
Texas State University and then Sul Ross University.
And you got your bachelor's degree from Texas State?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that in?
Education.
And what did you get from Sul Ross University?
Master's of Education and Counseling.
Okay. And did you previously work for the Uvalde Independent School District?
Yes.
And what did you work as?
I was a teacher.
Was that before you obtained your master's?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you a licensed professional counselor?
Yes, ma'am, through the state of Texas.
Okay. And are you licensed by the Texas Board of Professional Counselors?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're current on your licensing? Yes. At this point, Your Honor, the state would tender Jennifer Havey as an expert in post-traumatic stress disorder counseling.
We're not in federal court. I don't know if the court can do that, but I
Any
will.
questions on?
How is that description acknowledging expertise in that specific area?
Yeah, she's an
How is that
education.
anywhere even close? She's a school teacher with a degree in counseling.
Yeah, and not even a specialization in children's therapy, in post-traumatic therapy. I don't know if they have a. It just seems like she. Again, are we trying to? Adrian's responsible not only for.
And she was a teacher at Uvalde. How is that? She can testify if she testify if she actually treats kids, but as a general expert.
Well, just professionally, wouldn't you be too close to the situation? I mean,
Yeah.
Wouldn't this be like I have to recuse myself because I was involved and couldn't be objective?
Yeah, and especially what the actual.
Yeah, as a board hire, I will say that I will agree that she is
Okay.
good at what she does and that she has every right to testify about what she does.
All right, so you may proceed.
Ms. Havey, can you, where are you currently employed at?
Right now, Bluebonnet Children's Advocacy Center.
Okay, and for the jury and for the record, can you explain what the Bluebonnet Children's Advocacy Center is?
Yes, it gives a safe place for children to come and talk about their trauma, abuse. And then through that, and so the child doesn't have to say things over and over again. They say it one time to an interviewer, and through that, officers, medical, CPS all work together through the investigation, and then they offer mental health services to the child, for the child.
So at the Children's Advocacy Center, you deal with clients, patients who suffer abuse or trauma of some sort.
Yes.
Okay. And through that, have you provided counseling to some of the survivors in this case?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Now, and for the record, those medical records and counseling records have already been admitted into evidence, okay? So what I want you to do, though, is can you explain to the jury
Nick, can you
what is
pause?
post-traumatic stress disorder?
This is fairly incestuous, and what I mean is typically as a client, as a counselor or a medical professional, you recuse yourself from seeing people that are have been in a traumatic, people that you know very well. That
Yeah.
she was allowed to, because I feel bad for this woman. If she was there during the incident, she to herself has some level of PTSD. And how can she help children when she's probably working through her own? I mean, unless she's really good at all the steps and stuff.
I don't know. I wish I could. I wish I could give good answer on why anything in this trial is being brought to a jury. I can't.
Because I'm not trying to be an ass. I'm not.
Yeah.
But this isn't proper.
PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. It is ongoing stress after the traumatic event.
And how does that manifest itself? What are the symptoms of PTSD?
It can manifest itself in many ways, through the body, through headaches, stomach aches, nausea, as well as not wanting to leave your home or not being able to leave your home, socially, trust with others.
And we call that disassociation.
Dissociation.
Is that what it's called? Okay. And do you also see children with anxiety and depression that are suffering from PTSD?
Both, yes.
Okay. And are these considered a disorder?
Yes.
Or an impairment of some sort?
Disorder, yes.
Okay. And what are the different ways that these are explained through children with PTSD? In other words, do they express it through guilt, or I mean, how does that work?
Through PTSD. Can you repeat your question? Just so I'm answering it with you.
Right. Well, if they have PTSD, do they also have maybe other impairments? Such as
Yes. I apologize. Yes, usually with PTSD, anxiety comes as well with it, hand in hand, only because the stress, your body becomes alert, hyper alert, and stress rises, and that brings on anxiety.
Okay. Do you know what survivor's guilt is?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, it's when a survivor feels guilty for living.
And have you seen that through some of your patients through their counseling?
That's me.
This is why
She's breaking down on the stand and is allowed to testify as an expert.
Also, she's not answering like an expert. There are, as a licensed counselor, you should say, I gave them the diagnostic. This is the diagnostic. We've heard experts explain these things before.
Yeah. She should, this professional should have recused herself from testifying about this and this is bad from a professional standpoint. She's there as an expert going to testify about the trauma some of these kids went through, and she's breaking the fuck down.
Also, has she been licensed? Has she been trained in forensic interviews? Because there is a certain legal standard you have to get if she's talking about abuse cases. This is, again, my heart goes out to this woman, but this is not proper.
I actually don't feel if she was a treating psychologist, therapist, counselor, and only that, this would be so unprofessional to the degree that I would question her ability to even perform at her work.
That's the other thing. This is, again, because if a child who has had a traumatic situation is put with a parent or an older person who is unstable, they might start parentifying themselves or, becoming the adult in the situation. This is, you are not supposed to be this emotional.
No. This is this is cause for mistrial, in my opinion.
Yeah, also, this is so outside the norms. You don't have someone who was within the crisis situation. You don't have someone who already has interacted, knows them.
Jesus.
Now, what is a triggering event?
It's when something happens that escalates anxiety in their body. It's when you're triggered by something that brings you back to whatever traumatic event they had.
Is it a sensation that stimulates the nervous system?
Yes.
And is it a biological response in a child?
Yes.
You can explain that?
It's an automatic response of your body. It's not something that's they think of. It's protection. It's dissociation. It's protection.
And what can be a triggering event in a child with PTSD?
I've seen many things that trigger children right now. I'm seeing helicopters, loud noises, trigger children, colors.
What colors?
Red.
Why red?
It's the color of blood.
Okay.
I'm trying to avoid being an asshole.
Me too.
She should not be near these kids.
Okay, I'm going to be a jerk just because I'm a twice college dropout. And even I know that you don't define a word with the word. So when she's like, triggered is when like you're triggered. You have a master's degree, or so you said. You should be able to give a clear, concise, clinical explanation of what it is and the diagnostic tests you would use to determine it.
Yeah. And she did the same with survivor's guilt. What is that? When you're guilty for surviving. Are you... I don't want her on the stand. I don't want her near the kids. If she breaks down this easily here, how does she act in front of these kids who need professional help?
Also, I don't remember helicopters playing any part in this incident. So why are these children from Uvalde being triggered by helicopters?
Yeah, this is her own PTSD and her own triggers showing. This is not expert testimony. It's not even close. Folks, I'm pissed off here.
Yeah.
She should have enough self-reflection to know, holy crap, I'm breaking down on the stand. Judge, I shouldn't be here.
Well, not only should she know, but the state should know that any information gleaned from her is going to be instantly tested or lack credibility because of professional rules of standards and ethics that are incumbent on. She has a license. There are rules of conduct and ethics, and I'm going to guess that one of those says if you are too close to a situation, you do not counsel people that you're close. If you've been in the same thing, you don't do that.
And explain to the jury what these triggers do. What do they do in a child physically that are called triggering events? What do they do?
Some children, when triggered, they might cry. Their heart might race.
She's describing herself.
They're also so subjective. That's why counseling and therapy are so subjective. That's why they have those diagnostic tools, because it's so easy to assign things or possibly. That's why we need some objective stuff.
Yeah.
They might get under a table and not want to leave. They might want to hold someone's hand for safety. I have many clients I'm trying to go through, so many of them.
What do these triggering events take the child back to the trauma that was suffered?
Yes.
Okay. And is the child able to differentiate between where they are now versus the traumatic event?
Not always. It brings them back to the event, and their brain believes, or their brain is saying, no, this is happening, although they know obviously it's not happening over and over again, but they believe it is. Their body feels it as if it's happening.
Now, what type of techniques do you use to provide treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder?
So I work with children and adolescents with PTSD, and we use sensory boxes, art, breathing techniques, reframing, rewriting, or rethinking the trauma, knowing it's not there any longer, narrative, oral, and written.
Is one of these things you do called eye movement desensitization and reprocessing?
EMDR, yes.
Reading.
That is evidence-based treatment.
You can explain to the jury what that is and how it works.
Sure. It's bilateral stimulation of the brain, which it's used to reprocess the trauma they've had. So although, may I give an example?
Yes.
Although they know the trauma has already passed, after EMDR, and bilateral stimulation just means back and forth with the brain, after EMDR, then they're able to talk about the trauma and it doesn't affect them as much. So their nervous system is a little de-escalated, I should say.
Okay. And what are the things you do with that? I mean, what specific techniques do you use?
So you can use this eye movement. So you can use a light bar where they follow the light back and forth. Or with my age, we use a lot of tappers, and all that's doing is buzzing their hand like left, right, and that's bilateral stimulation of the brain, which helps reprocess the trauma. That's what it's used for.
And what is TFCBT?
Trauma focused cognitive behavior therapy. It is for children and adolescents to, at their own pace, walk through their trauma with coping skills, narratives, and so forth.
Now, is post-traumatic stress disorder, is that something that can be eventually treated, or how does that work?
Treated, yes. Both TFCBT and EMDR are both evidence-based for PTSD for children and adolescents. So PTSD can be treated, yes. People do heal from PTSD, although it is always ongoing. And when I say that, that sounds kind of backwards, but what I'm saying is it does not affect them as much, because our goal, or my goal as a therapist or a therapist, would be that they're able to hopefully function day to day in their live a healthy.
A therapist is not allowed to diagnose. How the fuck is she allowed to testify as an expert on PTSD when she's not even allowed to make that diagnosis?
Also, is the light I feel like someone sitting in like Harvard Medical School in 1910 learning about this brand new wicked thing that's going to cure everything called a lobotomy, and I feel like I'm the one person that's like, does anyone think this is a bad idea? So basically you're taking vulnerable children, making them talk about their trauma over and over again and dissect it. you're not a forensic interviewer. The problem with this is, does anyone remember the 1980s when we had all the satanic cults and we had a bunch of children who were saying, yeah, mommy, or yeah, prosecutor, therapist, they took me to, the airport and I saw goats, basically they were therapizing these kids to the point where they were coming up with false memories. This is, I don't know.
This is pissing me off to no end. This is so unprofessional, both from the state and for her to accept this.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I mean, look, I don't know. I didn't go to college for counselology, so maybe there are things, but that's why with these soft sciences, we need these diagnostic tests. We need objective information because it's such a subjective subject. It's because she is traumatized. All the children are traumatized. She sees it through a lens of they have trauma from the jump. Marley was dead to begin with. So because she's had trauma, everyone has trauma.
Yeah.
Healthier day than they did the day of the trauma, right? Making progress.
Is there a permanent brain injury associated with PTSD?
Yes.
And again, you treated some of the survivors.
Is she a medical doctor?
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
I don't think she is. And she is, as their counselor, as their therapist, not psychologist, not psychiatrist.
Yeah, I mean, does she have CT scans? Does she have proof? Like, where's the documented proof that there is a brain damage, that there's some sort of injury? Because when you say injury, that means something very specific for most lay people. It means like, okay, is it by decreased blood flow? Is it by lowering of neurotransmitters? How can you explain that this is injurious to the anatomical thing that is the brain?
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. KBD.
Yes, sir.
My name's Jason Goss. I'm one of the attorneys for Adrian. And, I want to start out by saying thank you. I mean, I know it's difficult even for treaters and providers because you're having to experience that with kids, right? So there's a secondary trauma that goes on with you as you're having to work through that. The fact you're willing to do that is important. So thank you for that. I did want to talk, not necessarily, I know that we talked about, yes, you treated some of the kids. Are they all confined to 111 and who were in 111 and 112? Or were there some other kids at Rob that day that have also come in for treatment?
I treat many kids for Rob.
So not necessarily even the ones that were in the room.
Not necessarily.
With the jury. And that's because, and the point I'm trying to make with that is that's because you can get anybody that's involved in that situation can have PTSD for that situation.
Yes, sir.
Including the officers.
Yes.
Including the witnesses, the teachers, the adult. You would agree with that?
Anyone in a traumatic event.
Sure. And I need to hear, I know you worked at I call it CAC, but a child advocacy center.
Yes, sir.
Do you ever do forensic interviews or are you just the counseling side of that?
On the counseling side. So after the forensic interviewer, then the client is passed to me for therapy.
And it sounds like you have a lot of experience with PTSD and trauma and talking to people who have suffered trauma. So I want to ask you some questions about your understanding of the medicine and the science in your discipline. And as far as like what you have been able to learn about how people who experience trauma, I guess, relate and talk about it. Okay. So you would agree that like with the kids you've worked with the adults you've worked with who has experienced that kind of trauma, the next day after that they're not 100% accurately recalling everything that's happened perfectly because trauma affects memory and stress affects memory.
Trauma does affect memory.
It does, right? And you know that. And so asking somebody the next day who's gone through a situation like that, what happened, you might not get exactly what happened or exactly in the right order, exactly in the right times, right? Because if they've gone through a stressful event.
they are using her experience with memory and trauma in order to go back to Miss Flores about her interesting lapse of memory. I mean, she believed the person she described as the person she was looking at, who did the pacing back and forth, or which the prosecution claims is Adrian. She described him as wearing khaki shorts, white button t-shirt, polo shirt, and a full beard. Adrian Gonzales was in uniform and does not have a full beard. The next officer who showed up a few minutes later wore shorts and a button t-shirt, polo shirt. So, and she claims that she spent 2 to 7 minutes with Adrian, and she probably couldn't pick him out in the lineup. But we are supposed to trust her memory about where the shooter was.
I really like the defense because they are able to, in a very gentle way, bring out facts from these witnesses. It has been really masterful. I mean, I'm not in a law school, but I think that this would be a really good thing to show law students on how you cross a very sympathetic witness, because sometimes you have to. Sometimes, and how do you do it?
Talking about interviewing Adrian too soon. I haven't heard. Did he mention Adrian's name?
So he is bringing out from this this witness, who is now an expert in counseling, that it is common knowledge that after a highly traumatic incident, you should wait 1 to 2 or 2 to 3 days, because within the first 24 hours, your recollection of things might be jumbled due to the stress response.
Isn't it weird that within law enforcement, interview every witness as soon as possible because the memories are as fresh as the most fresh? Did you know that in most cases that I've heard of, at least, officers who has been in a shooting aren't interviewed until a week later so they can gather their thoughts? Isn't that strange?
So I do like that the defense is able to use these witnesses to get out universal truths about PTSD and different things, because it's a gentle way of reminding people that Adrian was also in traumatic without doing the very kind of crumbly thing like I'm a victim too. It's much more subtle and artful, and I just think it's really good to watch. I'm a nerd. I'm like, oh my gosh, their lawyering's so great. Like, fangirl.
Like that has caused trauma. Then their recall of that can be inaccurate. You would agree with that?
You might not. Every person's different.
Sure. And just so you know, I'm not talking about any of your kids or any of those kids at Rob. I'm not talking about any of their statements or anything about them. I'm using your experience to talk about, because there are other witnesses and other people that were at the scene who also kind of went through this. You see what I mean?
Yes.
Okay. So the stress, the stress can be like maybe you know, maybe you don't, but stress can cause things like auditory exclusion when it's happening. It can cause time compression when it's happening. Those kind of things can happen as the person is witnessing an event if it's a high stress or traumatic event. Right. And so sometimes they don't hear things that you would think that they hear. Sometimes they mix things up, like what order things were in. Right?
Yeah.
You would agree with that, because, and I don't know if you've had this experience, but even people who, somebody can be absolutely sure of something and then see a video that didn't happen the way they thought it happened, but in their mind, because of the way their memory has been kind of forged into trauma, in their mind it happened this way, even if there was evidence that they could see that it didn't happen that way. And that's because that's how people process in trauma. You agree with that?
That's how trauma works.
Right. So, and that's all I'm trying to point out is that it is hard. It is hard with witnesses and other people to get sometimes accurate recounting if they've gone through a traumatic event.
As a therapist, I'm not there for accuracy. I'm there to promote it.
100%. But I think one of the things you do want them to do is process by, like you said, you use different techniques to process by remembering or recounting the trauma or going through and talking about their trauma. And like I said, it's not up to you, or you don't care whether they're accurate, but you don't care if they're accurate about what they're saying. You want them to process it therapeutically.
Correct.
Right. But your experience and understanding of how trauma works and how stress works on memory and recalling and recounting is really what I'm going to. Like, that it can affect those different things. It's a physiological effect that happens to people.
Yes.
Right. I'll pass it. And thank you again.
No more questions, Judge, and she's excused.
Not subject to recall, Mr. Goss?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You are excused, not subject to recall. Thank you very much.
Mike Wetzel.
I'm still pissed off that she was even allowed to testify, breaking down on the stand. But the defense, yeah, good use of that witness also means they don't have to call their own,
Yeah, and
or they will call their own to bolster. Yeah,
Yeah,
what she testified to there was absolutely correct. Memories, da 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 da.
I also think that the state did a big misstep by showing Adrian's video
Yeah.
interview right after. They don't have to get him on the stand. And I think
Yeah.
he came off incredibly competent, and he seemed like someone who was genuinely trying to do his best the entire time.
Yeah.
I think, is the next one the West Skull guy that is our expertologist?
I don't know. Didn't catch the name.
He's coming, Judge, just a little slow with it.
Okay. You may have a seat, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Michael Whitskall. I'm a retired police officer. My career is with Dallas, and I'm here as an expert witness and trainee.
And what do you do these days, Mr.
Oh, that's the guy
These
with
days, sir,
trial.
I am retired. I sold the law enforcement business, and I am now a gentleman farmer.
Does that mean you're broke?
Most of the time, yes, sir.
Would you tell me what your career in law enforcement is? Please share that with you.
All right, law enforcement. I started with Dallas in 1988. I graduated from the academy in 1989, and as typical, I spent several years on patrol, and then I switched to Dallas SWAT. I was with the elite SWAT teams for several years, and I ended up getting hurt pretty bad, so I went back to patrol. At which time, in 1998, I was forced into medical retirement, and that injury eventually led to the loss of my left leg. And then I started a training company strictly teaching SWAT, hostage rescue, active shooter, amongst other subjects.
And so, how long have you been teaching, or how long did you teach SWAT, hostage rescue, and active shooter?
22 years.
And what is the difference between SWAT training, hostage rescue training, and active shooter training?
Ladies and gentlemen, it all blends. It really does. Subjects that you learn in hostage rescue also will transfer across to active shooter.
Yeah,
Difference being
they showed his face
active
this
shooter
morning.
training is
What's the
almost an
difference?
exclusive of patrol officers, guys that are out working, guys and gals that are out working the field constantly. SWAT, you're off to the side a little bit until you're called.
So active shooter training is for the people that are going to be first responders.
Absolutely.
Is that
Yes,
the way to say it?
Yes.
And did you develop an active shooter training program for Texas peace officers?
I did. The curriculum is
Yes,
what you're
sir.
speaking of. Yes, sir.
Could you tell us about the training that you developed?
First and foremost, everything is as much hands-on as we can possibly make it. So it's 25% lecture, PowerPoint lectures, and 75% hands-on out in the field doing drills, scenarios. I based this curriculum back in my military days. I was trained in hostage rescue and how to clear an embassy. Because back in the 70s, a lot of people don't know this.
Okay, can you pause it, Nick?
Embassy.
So Mr. Moe and I were talking. He was former military, career military, and I said, "Here's the thing that his whole system fails to understand, or fails to grasp. These rural cops are only doing this training once. In order to maintain muscle memory, in order for this to become second nature, like SWAT has to do, you have to do it almost daily. You have to get to where you go in, I don't even have to look at you. I know this, I know you've got this covered. These officers did this once 3 years ago.
His specific curriculum, if I remember correctly, was 4 years before this event.
Yeah.
2018, April 2018. Yeah. Oh.
In schools, there's a lot of similarities to them, long hallways, offset rooms, big rooms, classrooms and stuff. So that's what I based the curriculum on at the start. Now, when I was with Dallas, my sergeant, Tom Shelton, far-reaching, we went into schools long before Columbine. And we did what would be now called active shooter training. We did this at Sunset, I think that was in middle school, I don't remember, South Oak Cliff High School, and several other elementary schools.
And so you have decided to divide it 75%, 25%.
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
It does no good for an officer to be trained in something unless, of this nature, to be trained in this type of thing without hands-on, to develop almost an automatic response. I'm sure you've heard the term muscle memory and things like that. Yeah.
It was a 1 week training 4 years before.
Yeah. Again, he probably assumes because he was SWAT. SWAT trains, tactical trains every day because it's their bread and butter. You're a patrol cop. If they don't make you do, alert training, that's the problem. To have these skills, you actually have to train them more than once in your career.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You cannot do that in a pure classroom setting.
And so you spend 75% of the time in the field.
Yes, sir.
And what does in the field mean?
We very infrequently, ladies and gentlemen, were we able to actually get into a school, because a lot of times schools were running at the time. So we had false walls that we put up, long hallways, 100 feet long. We'd have rooms off to the side. So we would be doing drills on what we could simulate for a school. Now, we also did in this curriculum, the 75% part, we did, because we've had active shooters in churches. Okay, I know people kind of look at that in defense of God's word, but not in defiance. All right, we went to nightclubs when we could find one. We went to movie theaters, pretty much any place that there have been an active shooter, sir, that we could get into.
Does that include open fields?
Yes, sir, it does.
And how many hours was this training?
The total training, sir?
Yes, sir.
40 hours.
We noticed that there's other active shooter training for 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So how would you distinguish an 8-hour course?
8 hours isn't enough to do much of anything, sir, other than classroom work. They might be able to do some hands-on, but in my opinion, this is just strictly my opinion, it's greatly deficient in any type of what we would call developing muscle memory.
Now, did you have a title for your course, the 40-hour course?
Yes, sir. It was active shooter, immediate response.
And let's go over that. Both of those terms. What does active shooter mean?
Active shooter, an uncontrolled situation where there is an assailant, either, forgive me, in a school, outside of a school, at a church, outside, moving around, it didn't matter. All right, so that is an active shooter. The whole situation is out of control in that moment. Okay, the immediate response.
And when you say out of control,
Please.
in the shooter part, is that just obvious it's out of control because it's active shooter?
Yes, yes, sir.
I hate to be too fundamental, but the point is there's shooting going on.
Yes, sir.
And does it also include that there's people in danger?
Yes, sir.
That's the nature of that.
That is the nature, pardon me, that's the nature of the beast.
Okay. And then the second part of the title of your course was what?
Immediate response. What this means, when there's an active shooter, we cannot sit around and wait. And most of law enforcement, from the day you are in the academy, they tell you never do anything by yourself. Never, ever. Never make a traffic stop without somebody coming by the backyard. In an active shooter situation, because of the lethality.
Pause,
the
Nick.
nature of the whole.
Oh my God, I know what the defense is going to do. You had 100 or 377 officers there. How many of them also took this training?
Yeah.
Thing, we have to act, which can mean acting completely and wholly alone.
And that's what immediate response means?
Yes, sir.
So in an active shooter situation, and I'm just asking about what you trained.
Yes,
in
sir.
the 40-hour course. Active shooter situation, immediate response, if a first responder is there, what is your training as to whether they should wait for backup?
We've got to stop the killing. There's no other way I can say that, folks, okay? You can't wait for backup. I know there are curriculums out there, sir, that teach, always wait for 2 or 3 more guys. In my opinion, in the way I train people, you don't
The
have
way
time.
you sell your
You've got to make a
curriculum.
move.
And is that what solo entry is?
It can be, yes, sir.
And when you say you got to make a move, where do you make the move to? What
Look,
your training teach?
depends on the circumstances, okay? Outside, if it's a big park, all right? I know where the bad guy's been. My bodies, my blood trails. I know where his direction might be going. You do that by auditory sounds, gunfire. My job then is I've got to get in front of him to keep him from entering soft targets.
What's a soft target?
These days, pretty much anything, sir. I'm sorry. Schools, churches, hospitals,
Why is it called a soft target?
because there's no defense. They don't have, most of the time, they don't have security guards.
When we were talking about they, who you speak?
I'm sorry, the ISD. I know many ISDs have police departments now, but for many years they did not. Hospitals might have some security. They hire off-duty cops, but it's never enough. And you can never put everybody, you don't have enough people to put at every door.
I guess by soft target, are you saying a target which people can be
Easily,
victims of an active shooter?
yes, sir, easily victims of an active shooter.
Is that why time is of the essence?
Yes, sir.
And what does gunfire have to do with what your action is?
Depending, okay, if I'm a responding officer, depending on where I am at, I hear gunfire, I need to march to the sound of gunfire, and I'm heading that direction. All right, I'm not just hanging back. If I'm in a situation where I know that there's been an active shooter, I see all the evidence, blood holes in the wall and stuff, then I follow that evidence also.
So if you get there a little late, you may see evidence of the active shooting that's already occurred.
Yes,
or
sir.
has been occurring.
Yes, sir.
But if you get there before there's bodies or blood trails, is gunfire important to you?
It's critical.
And critical means what?
I need to move toward that gunfire.
What if you're alone?
I need to move to that gunfire, sir.
If you are the first responder, is moving toward gunfire the primary objective?
Yes, sir.
Is it also important to tell other officers where you are?
It's all happening at the same time. Now, this is basic police. I did not teach this. They should know this. I get out. If I'm the responding officer, I'm on my radio. I'm moving to where I hear gunfire. I am telling my dispatch or anybody that can hear me, other people on the radio, I'm telling them my location. I'm telling them my direction of travel. And if I have information on the suspect, I'm telling the suspect information, clothing description, hair description. I'm telling them I'm marching to gunfire. I've heard gunfire in this area. Might be around the corner, might be in a park way off to the side. I've got to get there. So, and I need backup. I won't kid you. I desperately need backup, but I also know I can't wait.
And so,
Hey, Nick, is
when
he
you-
skirting over into opining? Because
Yeah.
wasn't he only supposed to be talking about his training? I mean, we're getting into
Yeah, his methodology, and it's this. He's opining about Adrian without being as specifics about Adrian. So, I mean, from when we listen to him, we didn't talk about this, I don't know about this, and here he is, obviously knowing a shit ton about what happened. Yeah. This prosecution, yeah.
Two objectives. One is go to the gunfire.
Sadly,
The
it's
other is
probably
to
effectful on the jury.
notify them either for backup as well as to notify them what the problem is.
Yes, sir.
Which of those takes priority?
Boy, because we are trained never to operate alone. My internal police officer says, no, tell them the information, tell me, but I know I've got to get to the gunfire. And you can do it simultaneously.
What does that mean?
At the same time, I can run to gunfire. I can move with one hand on my weapon or my weapon out and on the radio.
Okay, so it's not an either or.
No, sir, it is not.
And ultimately, you have a room full of police officers that you're training.
Yes, sir.
What is your ultimate goal for these officers?
Could you be more specific, sir?
Sure. Not only, well, let me ask it this way. When you run to gunfire, do you do that recklessly?
Never. You can move tactically.
And what does tactically mean?
Okay, I'll use the example of an open area. All right, hopefully there's trees, other things that I can move to leapfrog from one to the other. All right, I'm doing it fast, and I'm not doing it with reckless abandon. I'm moving tactically. That's what we talk about. Yeah, if it's a completely open field, well, I'm in a lot of danger. I know I'm in a lot of danger. So
You still move to the gunfire?
I'm still moving to the gunfire.
And you talked about trees. Is that this concept of cover and concealment?
Yes, sir.
And explain that for us.
Cover is what protects you from bullets. Concealment is what hides you from the bullets.
And so as you teach going to the gunfire, you teach them to do it as safely as possible.
As safely as possible, yes, sir.
And that's by using any cover. Or
Any cover
concealment.
that you can find.
Is that part of what these exercises are all about?
Yes, sir.
To go through that. Now, fear is part of this active shooter, right? There's a threat.
Yes, sir.
And does your curriculum cover that issue?
We discuss, yes, sir. I'm sorry, I cut you off. We discuss how to handle fear. Everybody's afraid. And if you're not afraid of gunfire, you're a little bit of a knucklehead. I've been in the military. I was under fire many times. All right. Yeah, I was scared. Same thing with being a cop. But you have to learn to fight through the fear.
Do you teach all the officers in your class how to fight through the fear?
We discuss it, sir. That's not something you do in the field, but we teach them, really to fight through the fear. Take a few deep breaths and focus. There's nothing complicated about it.
Take a couple of deep breaths.
Yes, sir.
And focus.
And focus.
And is fear part of that fight or flight? Is that
Yes.
part of what you teach?
Yes, sir. We discuss fight or flight syndrome.
And what is that?
It is, excuse me, fight or flight. Your response, your internal response, when you are confronted with something that could harm you, you go into fight or flight. It's a massive adrenaline dump, all right, that your body says, man, we need to get out of here. And there are physiological changes in your body that can make the difference for you. For instance, your heartbeat can be normal. I don't know what your heartbeat is normally, but it can go up to 200 beats a minute within not even a second. That's part of the fight.
Objection, not a
We have to
medical
fight through
doctor.
it because your natural reaction is, man, I got to get away from this. And we can't do that as police officers.
So as part of the lecture, how to work through that.
We discuss that. Yes, sir.
So you expose the officers to that information,
Yes.
knowing that it's a potential,
Knowing that it will happen, sir.
not a potential.
It's not a potential, it's a certainty.
And so now could we move to the field?
Yes, sir.
So how many days do you say stay in the field out of this 40-hour work week?
Well, I mean, every day is 25, 75.
Every day?
Every day. Fridays were usually a little bit of a short day because when we say it's 40 hours, I guarantee you those officers were out there with me for about 50 or 60 hours. All right, 40 hours is all that we can give them credit for.
So that's the basic thing.
Yes, sir. Well, no, sir, the active shooter.
Okay. And then this is where you set up different scenarios.
As best we can, yes, sir. What we would do is we'd set up the panels for the long hallways, about 100 feet, sometimes longer. We'd have rooms that were enclosed or at least half enclosed. We had shooting dummies, and we would move these dummies in around the room and things like that. So there would actually be something. Occasionally we put an instructor in there, but we use tremendous amount of airsoft, and holy cow, that stuff hurts. And what's that, sir?
Airsoft, what is
Airsoft. Airsoft is like a BB gun. All right. It's a biodegradable BB that, it'll go away after a while, but they hurt, they sting. And all my instructors have to wear, and students too, when we're doing these drills, they have to wear protective gear.
So you make it as lifelike as you
As
possibly.
realistic as we can. There are things, sir, that I can simulate, emulate. And there are certain things, even in training, I cannot. It's impossible.
What do you mean by that?
Odors, sound, the smell of gunfire, blood.
So training, you're not going to be firing off weapons.
I did not do live fire. That's with real ammunition and stuff. That was by choice because it was actually, sir, a liability issue. But we used tens of thousands of BBs in a school.
Hey, Nick.
And as part of your training, open areas.
If one of your unions wanted to do a live fire exercise, would it be difficult to get liability insurance?
Yep.
Also, what the actual hell? Those paintball thingies hurt. Like, he is chatting it up. Like, he is man-spreading with, his real leg and his fake leg. And he's over here like, God, those paintballs sting. I don't know why that tickled the hell out of me, but it's just like, he's like, first I'd quarter and I'd have a sniper and I'd get a ghillie suit. Also, those paintballs suck.
I wonder, do you remember the Baldy who said, oh, I'm going to do this and this and this and this and this? He was probably at this guy's training and now he's convinced beyond reasonable doubt that, oh, this is what I would do.
And that's why I think it'll be a slam dunk if the defense is able to go through and see how many of the officers standing in the hallway had his exact training.
Yeah. And also, why did they change from his to another?
That's still a very relevant question that I think needs to be answered. And also, Nick, if say these cops are in your union and they were told it was a 40-hour training, but the instructor kept them for 70 hours and only let them claim 40, how's that going over?
It's not, because that would mean that the employer has to sign off on the overtime. And within the trade agreement I work in, that's double. So say if somebody makes $30 an hour doing something, and for 40 hours, that is the expense that is approved. And then, he forced us to be there another 70 hours. Oh, really? Did he? Did he call us for approval? Did he do this? Did he do that? No.
I think we might have figured out why they went with alert.
Yep. Jesus Christ. No, this is not the man who actually trained the guys out in the field, because he only has a leg.
He's the person that made the curriculum. So
Yeah.
he's the guy that decided I've done SWAT, I've done clearing embassies. Embassies have hallways, schools have hallways. I'm an expert. And good on him. Entrepreneurship.
Well, do I dare? In this situation, does he have a leg to stand on? I'm letting myself out.
Oh no, that's okay. I was wanting to make it, but then he said paintball sting, and I was like, "Oh my Lord in heaven!" Also, sir, you can he's going to be so embarrassed. I mean, the point where you'd rather them show your face and lose your secret identity. Unbutton. I'm just waiting for one of them buttons to ping off.
Well, he just has one. One. He has below average number of legs. Jesus Christ! I'm going to hell. And I'm going to laugh. I'm going to laugh every step of the way.
The thing is if he didn't have such a cocky damn attitude and act like he's Rambo, we wouldn't make fun of him. If he had just come in humble and said, "Look, I used to do this. I saw a need in the market for this kind of training. I did the best I could." But he's like, "Well, when I was in Nam," you know, it's just a little too it just screams like he's trying to pitch us. I feel like he's going to have a box set of VHSs out in front. Like, I'm out in front, I'm going to be selling my full system.
Well, would you be interested in time sharing? Shit.
Yes, we tried sometimes. We were very limited with the amount of the open area that we could use. Uvalde, we used a park, but there were people in the park. So we couldn't really do scenario-based training other than have somebody, an instructor, walking around, and the officers would have to maneuver into position to neutralize that threat.
And in the training,
would that be traumatic for people with PTSD in that fucking park?
Not to mention, so hands-on training means you get it as close to it as possible. Again, you want to have the sounds. You want to, even if you're playing a recording, you want to have all that static going through. You want it to be as close to the real thing as possible. This is, okay, I'm going to have one of my instructors go out in the field and you guys try to tag them with paintballs. I mean, if you can get the government to pay for you to do that, sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, you don't have echo. You don't have any of this. How is training with paintballs help you with clearly and quickly defining where an echo is?
Yeah. Go towards the gunfight. Yeah, okay. There's echo. Is it on left side, right side, north side, which is the shortest way? How do I get there? Do I have... Oh, for fuck's sake.
It's like when they do the anti-hostage training. They don't make it real easy on, the Navy SEALs that they're training. They don't say like, "Hey, okay, we're just going to keep you up." No, they physically disorient them, as much as they can without ruining government equipment. And they try to get you to break. They don't, give you jelly beans and be like, "Okay, like we're not really okay, bestie, come here."
Oh.
Yeah, MLS. I told him that he'd rather lose his secret identity.
Yes, sir.
So it's not just training for a group, how they should tactically move together, but also for one person.
Yes, sir. Again, 75-25, and I don't mean to be so redundant with that. This is crucial. So many schools, even tactical schools, are death by PowerPoint. All right, but again, there's no way to learn. There's no muscle memory in what I'm talking about. In places like anywhere we trained, whether it was a church, a park, we did bus takedowns. Everything starts with one man, and after I am satisfied, which sometimes happens, all right, I'm satisfied. Then we move on to 2-man, 3-man, 4-man.
And specifically, did you do this 40-hour training in Uvalde, Texas?
Yes, sir.
And the defendant, Adrian Gonzales, did he attend that training?
Yes, sir.
And when people attend your training, they have to sign in, is that correct?
Every day, yes, sir.
And you have records of that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is it once a day or twice a day?
No, TICL says twice a day now.
And so
Now,
you have those
what about
rosters.
2018?
Not only did somebody sign up to take your class, but they were there.
They were there
at least
every
twice a
day. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And as they're going through the training, what is the purpose of photographing?
All right, we took approximately 300 pictures every school. Actually, I'm sorry, ladies, and we took about 600 pictures. I'd have to go back through after the training ended and get rid of all the ones that were blurry. And I'm nobody's good photographer. My finger would be in the way half the time. We used a big Canon, Nikon camera for this with a telephoto lens. A lot of times, one is a matter of record. It helps me if I'm subpoenaed. All right, I can go back, look through the pictures, and yes, the student, I can see them on this day at this time. Also, so the students like the pictures. We always made them a disc, or as things progressed later on, I was able to email them to the students. I'm no technical.
I must have undergone hundreds of trainings, and not in this, but within my area of law, because shit get updated. Stop making new laws, assholes. I have a diploma. Well, probably each and every one of them in a box in the barn. I never go back to look at it. And did you see how did Adrian undergo this training? Yes. What year? Yeah.
It's also the 75-20 again. If your hands-on is makeshift paintballing without the other things that are going to disorient or approximations of them, then it's not a simulation. It's you LARPing.
Mm. And again, why did they change from yours to the other? From his program to another.
Yeah, and the thing is what these things don't tell you is that everything is multifactorial. That and he did go to explain it a little bit, that things can be happening at the same time, which I think is what the defense is going to bring out. But I do think the defense is going to have to be careful, because if they try to bring in, actual events from the case instead of hypotheticals, they'll
then
open
he
the
will
door.
go off on reviewing every action.
Yeah. So they'll have to be very careful, but they seem to be really good at being careful and getting stuff out.
Yeah.
A wizard, so I had to learn that one.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Exhibits 916, 917, 918, 19, and 20.
Yes, sir.
So now they are going to show Adrian at the playground.
You know, one-on-one. Yes, sir. I'm wondering why he doesn't have eye protection on in that picture, but okay. This is at the stadium. No, I'm sorry. I should. Yes, sir. Sorry. This is at the football stadium.
Yeah. I just need you to say you identify those in your photographs.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This man's testified in trials before?
State offers exhibits 916.
I would assume he has, but it really doesn't show. He's so busy trying to sell his program, he forgets he's a witness.
Yes.
Okay. Oh. Hold on. Where is it? Dun. Was there any sidebars after I left yesterday?
No, it was just redirect. So 8. No, 9.
Yeah. Sidebar counter 9. Meh, meh, meh,
We
meh.
need to pick up a matter outside the presence, so I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all go to lunch early, and we'll see you back here at 1:30.
Oh,
Have a nice food.
and we were 40 minutes behind. So even if they had an early lunch, we don't have a longer lunch. We get an hour. Oh, we got a eagle head is gone. We got clock as time passes by. Eagle head is gone. Bring back eagle head. Justice for eagle head. No. Well, for as you said, for not opining about Adrian's conduct, he's really, but that's, I must say, is skillful questioning by the prosecution.
Yeah, I
So
mean, I wonder what they're objecting to.
or if they
And
just want to see what are these pictures, because apparently they have been sent to the defense in discovery. But then again,
okay,
they so the prosecution claimed so did the information with the now excluded witness. So I wouldn't
yeah,
trust the state's word on it.
yeah, that's what I've sometimes I do kick myself for not looking at the pretrial hearings on stuff because I want to see if there was a long-standing history, kind of like in the Delphi case, of discovery slow walking.
Yeah.
Because that is something that I bet the state did. They seem just the type to.
But this morning, as all other days, the prosecution parades victims, parades injured children, parents of victims, just parading them, in my opinion, to hide the lack of actual evidence of a crime. That
Yeah.
Mr. Gonzales' actions or inactions actually reached the level of crime.
Yeah,
And so I'm still at the, it's so diffuse on what actually happened, though, that first minute and a half, 2 minutes. And the only one who actually testifies to it in that matter is this the witness with interesting recollections.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to think where the state's going to go because I would think this would be one of their last witnesses. And then I realized that we haven't even got a timeline of the dispatches. At
No.
this point, 7 days into the trial, even my really bad memory, I should have the basic timeline down. I should
Yeah.
know he entered this time. Because, by the time, like Karen Reed, by the time you get a couple days in, you can basically start piecing things together.
Yeah. But here
I should-
it's such a discord between the parties.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know. We've not really heard about where Adrian is.
Yeah.
Today, I should know exactly what he did, where he picked his nose. I shouldn't be still confused. When and where did he hear things?
Yeah. And what was the information relayed by dispatch? Was there conflicting information, making it much harder to determine what was actually going on? And I assume that is the reason why we haven't heard it.
Yeah, because I think if the jury sits back, because it's not something you notice right away unless you're looking for it, but at some point the jury's going to sit back and say, why didn't we hear from any of the other school officers?
Yeah.
They could have told us where he was and what he was doing. Why didn't we hear from any of them?
Yeah.
Why didn't we hear from the chief? The chief could clear, I mean, they might not know that the chief is also indicted, but why aren't we hearing from any of the lieutenant or the officers?
Since the police chief has his own trial coming up, he can't testify because that might incriminate him.
Yeah, and I doubt that any of the other police want to testify.
Yeah.
But I think that it is very glaring that we haven't heard from anyone, you know, other than victims on this day.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and this afternoon will be more of same. More
Yeah,
of same.
well, and the trial's only scheduled to go for 3 weeks. I mean, I don't know how long the defense's case is going to be.
Mm.
And I would encourage the defense to be short and sweet, stick to the facts, you know, simplify everything.
Yeah.
Simplify logic, facts, direct opposite of what the state's done.
Just go. We know it can't be 7 minutes. He did not wear these clothes. She spent a week with family looking at news reports.
No. And it brings to light, here's the other unsettling thing. Here's the part that I think is doubly heartbreaking and infuriating. You would think if you are investigating a crime in which everything went foobar, in which children were let down, you wouldn't do a crappy investigation. And
No.
And it seems like no one was in charge of the investigation either. And it's so incredibly disheartening because it's being used to score political points. Like we're the only ones that care for the children, and they're not doing a good job. I would think you would do the best job you could if this was your driving force.
Yeah. And they are conducting a trial against the shooter, and they are using Adrian as a scapegoat.
Yeah,
in
he's
my
the
opinion.
proxy at this point. They don't have the monster anymore. They have a proxy. And in irony of ironies, they picked one of the few people who did more than nearly anyone of the officers.
Yeah. And again, looking at the shooter would not have been in the school if the outside door was locked. Because then the person with the rifle would have had time to aim and get the clear. Yeah, shoot him. If the doors into the classrooms weren't unlocked, if they were locked, he would have to have been shooting from inside the hallway into the classrooms, which could have injured and killed. Yeah, but also being in the line of sight of officers.
Yeah, and that's, again, the security system is twofold. If you want the officers to use alert, then the teachers have to use alert too. Because I was talking to Mr. Moe because he just can't escape the trial. But I said, you know, part of the function of alert is to make it easier to spot who shouldn't be on campus. If everyone is in their rooms and locked down, the person who's running around is probably going to be your suspect.
Did the rifle guy get a response to whether or not to shoot? No, not before the guy entered the school. He asked for permission, but didn't get it before the shooter went into the school.
There's just so many unanswered questions, and there shouldn't be at this point.
And according to this guy who's on the stand now, no, shoot. According to the prosecution, he could have fired to confuse the shooter. Yeah, so could the three others.
Yeah, it's just, It's such a waste of resources and time when we could be going through and fixing the problem, seeing where the system, because again, if your security system is cumbersome, if people are going to bypass it, then let's get a different security system. Let's get engagement and, from teachers, what is a security system that would work? If these things aren't fit for purpose, then let's fix them. But we're not doing that. We're finding someone to criminalize.
Well, now it's 45 minutes until they start again. I need to get something to eat. You guys who have been watching us, trying to make the unbearable tolerable, hug your family, pet your pet. It might be the same. What do I know? Have a drink of choice, process, and then come back to Mo's channel, because Mo is here for the afternoon session. This has been the morning session. And thank you guys. Thank you to Really a Catman for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you to MLS Dave for your $10. And thank you to Law Kong Express for $2, the state pounding a lubed tape. Okay, that's an image I could have done without. Yeah, that okay.
Now I'm not going to be able to look at the prosecutors right again.
Splork. No. Folks, thank you.
Thanks.
See you at Mo's place in 45 minutes. Okay?
Yes.
See ya.